the murders are the ultimate mystery. Where were they killed? By whom? And with what motive? Were they killed deliberately or by chance? Questions which, as of now, have no answers.
Nearly 40 years ago, the Colonial Parkway became a symbol of terror for a generation of Virginians.
8 young people, all may have died at the hand of the same killer.
It's Virginia's oldest and largest serial killing spree. The Colonial Parkway murders.
Oh my God, there's somebody that's targeting these kids.
A predator was hunting here.
The cases involved abandoned cars at notorious lovers' lanes.
Selecting targets at random.
The cars contained victims' clothing, wallets, and keys, with no signs of struggle.
And leaving no survivors.
It's horrible.
Now we're able to say, after all of those years, the perpetrator has finally been identified. Serial killers always have a pause between their events, but as time moves on, the hunger returns. Let me do this again, because God, it was good the first time. I spent my career closing murder cases. But I'm not the only one who answered the call. It takes a rare breed to solve the unsolvable, to catch a ruthless killer, to find justice for the dead. That's what it takes to be an American detective. At about 5:30 in the evening, 2 park policemen respond to a 911 call reporting an accident on the Colonial Parkway. They are flagged down by an individual. They follow him a short distance to an embankment above the York River, which flows through the park. They see a 1980 white Honda sedan, nose first in the river. They immediately work their way down to see if there's someone trapped in this car. They find 2 women in the car with a ghost-like appearance, and their throats have been deeply slashed. This is not an accident. It's a homicide.
What you see in front of you is the actual Colonial Parkway.
My name is Danny Plott. During the Colonial Parkway murder investigations, I was a special agent with the Virginia State Police. Back when the 1986 murder occurred, the Colonial Parkway was similar, but it wasn't as well maintained. It was a beautiful scenic drive. But in the late 80s, when these murders occurred, it was a pretty dark and spooky place.
Plott is an old-time cop. Danny has suffered the slings and arrows, like me, of the press and the public and the 2-bit politicians and so on and so on. So it was a natural thing that he and I became friends. Hey, man.
Joe?
How are you?
Good. Yourself?
The same. I'm still walking around.
Me and you both.
Danny first called me because he liked my show.
I watched an episode of Homicide Hunter, and Joe's show was wonderful. You know, he would say something and then there'd be the my. I was impressed.
And he let me know that and asked me what it was like to live in Colorado Springs, and I informed him I had moved.
And he said, I live in Suffolk, Virginia. No shit.
He asked if we could meet for lunch. I said yes.
Talking with Joe is an experience in itself. His ability with murders is amazing to me. I talked to him for hours about the Colonial Parkway murders.
Which I had vaguely heard about 2,200 miles away in Colorado. They meant nothing to me at the time because they were outside my jurisdiction. But now they interested me. Danny Plott mentioned that there's been an enormous amount of press coverage. There's been a book written about him, all kinds of things. And I did not disagree with his thought process on the entire case. He was certainly on the right track. For 37 years, the killer was unknown, and the Colonial Parkway murders was his torturous career case.
Solving the case became an infatuation. It became frustrating. Sometimes we felt like we were really close in finding who did these murders, and then something would knock them out of it. Every stone that you could think of was overturned, yet here we were. Nobody was in handcuffs. The Colonial Parkway is a rural, scenic road that connects three of the biggest historical places in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Yorktown all the way to Jamestown and the Williamsburg area.
And because it's a federal park, there are no structures, no businesses, no billboards, no marks of the 21st century. There are trees and bushes and vines. So if you're on this stretch at night, you're in a Stephen King novel for 23 miles.
The Parkway also has multiple overlooks. You can call it a lover's lane. If you wanted privacy, it was the perfect place. The murders started in October of 1986. The park rangers were aghast at what they saw.
The park police summoned the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the only jurisdiction within that park, because it is federal property.
The two girls, they were identified immediately because their identifications were in the car. Kathleen Thomas and Rebecca Dowski. Their throats have been cut very badly. This was something brutal. What was very puzzling to the FBI, that blood was not in the car.
The amount of blood would have been substantial, and we've never found any bloody prints, any bloody clothing. Clearly, inside of that car is not the crime scene. Somewhere else they were killed and put into that car. Was it driven there? I don't know.
They examine the ground in this pull-off area, assuming they will find a second set of tire tracks. They find tire tracks that match the tires on the Honda, but they find no tire tracks of another vehicle.
What was really perplexing was the car was covered in diesel fuel. And there were matches around where it appeared that someone had tried to get the diesel fuel to light.
Diesel has a very high ignition point. You could light an entire book of matches and throw it into liquid diesel fuel, and all that would happen is the diesel fuel would put out the fire.
It was a failed attempt at trying to cover up their crime.
Now, what does that tell you? Whoever this is has diesel fuel. There's a lot of people that carry diesel fuel in and around in their vehicle. Truckers do, people that have a diesel car, or people with boats. Interesting.
This was not an easy case to solve. Why would somebody target two women? There's no money taken, and they're viciously, I mean viciously attacked.
Whoever is responsible for this crime is an organized offender. He has a plan. He somehow gets control of these people, and then he attacks and kills both and sends the car over the side of this embankment. You and I both know it's not difficult to push a car. You kick it out of gear, and one person can easily move a car.
Sure. But remember that it's sitting in an overlook. It's a paved overlook. Then you have a patch of grass, and there's a curb. Not a high curb, but there's a curb. So someone or some people were strong enough to push it, pop it over that. But with two passengers in it, always felt like it was somebody with some strength.
Likely a man. Could have a helper. So now you have a solid view of what this crime scene looks like, but you're not even really sure how it happened. You need an autopsy to tell you more. So the FBI agents head to the Virginia State Medical Examiner's office. The autopsy results show that the girls had been dead for a minimum of 24 hours.
Rebecca's throat was cut, and it was cut viciously. But Kathleen was almost decapitated. There's a brutality in that. I think that says that somebody was really angry for whatever reason.
There was no evidence of sexual assault on either victim, but they found something else. The autopsy revealed that both girls suffered ligature strangulation. A ligature is any device used to put pressure on the neck to restrict the windpipe to die from asphyxia.
And in Kathleen's hair, there was a small piece of rope.
The autopsy further decides that the throat slashing was accomplished post-mortem and had nothing to do with their death. They were dead when their throats were cut. They were essentially killed twice. Who the hell are we dealing with here?
Rebecca and Kathleen were last seen Thursday night. A Honda Civic was found off the Colonial Parkway. It had been rolled into these bushes, almost into the water. The women were found with their throats slit.
The FBI agents go and notify the two victims' families of their untimely demise and say, "Tell me about your daughter."
My name's Bill Thomas. I'm the older brother of Kathy Thomas. She was fun and smart and a great friend, and her attitude was just so positive that people were drawn to her.
She graduated in the second class from the U.S. Naval Academy that had women.
She ended up first serving on this ship, a submarine tender called the USS L.Y. Spear. Now, it's during this time, though, she's also investigated for being a lesbian.
In the 1980s, the Navy remained archaic with draconian rules. Homosexuality was not acceptable in any form, particularly so in a female.
This was not going to be a place that she could live her life as a lesbian in an open fashion.
And she resigned her commission.
Even though she had left the Navy with great reluctance, Kathy was actually turning a corner into a really happy, less pressured version of her life. She was dating this wonderful woman, Rebecca Dowski.
Rebecca Dowski came from Poughkeepsie, New York. She originally attended Dickinson College and had transferred to the College of William and Mary in Virginia. She's a very bright student, and she really fit in well there.
She was in her senior year, sweet, smart, extremely athletic. She was on a championship women's softball team. So both Kathy and Becky had this I can accomplish anything attitude.
Kathy and her girlfriend were not accepted by society at large. Privacy was very important to them. What better place than the Colonial Parkway at night?
The FBI investigators focused on Kathy being in a lesbian relationship with Becky. Now, what really makes that come into play is she had been dating someone else.
There were all of these rumors that one of Rebecca's ex-lovers had gotten angry and, retaliated against the both of them.
He was Muslim. The Muslim religion does not always look at gay or lesbian relationships kindly.
Ex-boyfriend Sharif Ali realizes that Becky has left him for another woman. He is furious. He has very strong feelings about homosexual behavior, and now he's been passed over for a member of the same sex by his girlfriend. It makes him an astounding suspect. So they bring Ali Sharif in for questioning. And he admits that he has been embarrassed by her departure for another female, but he would never do her harm. He also has an alibi. He was in Washington, D.C. for the weekend, 200 miles away during the time of the killings. He may have had a motive, but he physically couldn't have done it. Over the next few weeks, the investigation slows, but the notoriety of the case really starts to move.
The two friends were last seen together in Dowski's dorm room at 7 p.m. Police sources think Dowski and Thomas then drove here to the Colonial Parkway.
I remember the ratings were extremely high. People were watching. They were talking about the romantic relationship between the two. One of the motives for a killer is someone that is opposed to this type of lifestyle.
Friends say driving along the Colonial Parkway was a Thursday night routine for Dowski and Thomas. But what happened October 9th wasn't routine. It was murder.
I don't think we understood the full gravity of what happened out there in October of '86 until September of '87. Then I think it took on a different life of its own.
Olive White Sheriff's Deputy is out patrolling the Ragged Island Wildlife Management Area. There is a black pickup truck. The door is open, and no one is around.
Something was going on. The truck was running, the radio was on, and there were shoes and articles of clothing in the truck.
He calls for assistance. They go through the truck and they notice a wallet on top of the dashboard that contains a driver's license.
It was a gentleman named David Noblin. David Noblin was 19 years old. He was a resident of Newport News.
His mother has already reported him missing because he didn't return home after an evening out.
The last time he was seen was in the company of a young lady named Robin Edwards. Robin was also a Newport News resident, and she was 14 years old and was also missing.
Now everyone is alarmed. So where are the occupants of this vehicle, and what has happened to them?
Ragged Island is a creepy place to go. It's very secluded.
This parking lot was used as a lover's lane type area. It sounds a lot like the Colonial Parkway.
They had a feeling this wasn't going to end well, and they were right.
Year-old David Knobling and 14-year-old Robin Edwards were last seen Saturday night. His truck was found with the keys in the ignition, door open, and radio on near the James River Bridge.
The Isle of Wight Sheriff's Department launches a massive search. It's very difficult to search. There are vines and weeds and brush of all sorts. They could be almost anywhere.
Personnel from multiple agencies, a helicopter, search dogs.
This search goes on for days.
And unfortunately, on the third day, they found something.
My dad was out there at Ragged Island, chest waders, walking that whole area, looking for him.
Carl Knobling, God bless him. There were people that were telling Carl Knobling not to go down the beach. He said, you aren't going to stop me. I'm going down there.
David Knobling's father, Carl Knobling, found the bodies. I can only imagine what that's like, because they were not in very good shape.
Oh, he was brokenhearted. Brokenhearted, and we were out there with him. It was so devastating. Carl Knobling was a broken man.
Yeah, my dad didn't even have a chance to call us and give us a heads up. My mom and I, we found out on the news. I remember hearing my mom scream. My God. It was horrible.
The bodies were found further down on the riverbank itself. The James River there is brackish or brine. It's not fresh water, it's not salt water. It's a combination. And that did not do good things to human bodies.
Both bodies are bloated from decomposition, having been out for 3 or 4 days.
Robin Edwards had one gunshot wound, execution style, to the back of her head. David had 2 gunshot wounds. A gunshot wound to the left shoulder and 1 shot to the back of the head. I think Robin was shot first. And I think David knew he had 1 chance. We speculate he tried to climb a sandy clay bank, and he was within almost grabbing distance of a tree line. That's where he was shot once in the shoulder. That incapacitated him enough to where he was then shot in the back of the head and killed.
I totally disagree with that. He would definitely not run from a fight. Even if the guy had a gun, he wouldn't run from it.
So why are these bodies such a long walk from where the truck was located? Why would they go such a far distance from this vehicle?
When you leave that parking lot and you want to go down here, you have to walk down this boardwalk because all this is marshland, like swamp.
Mm-hmm.
So to get down to here, good little walk. But you don't walk down a wooden, older boardwalk barefoot.
Not willingly.
No, not willingly. So how did they end up down there?
Two possibilities, in my opinion. They're running from somebody, barefoot because they don't have time to put their shoes on, or they're marched down there by the perpetrator. So who would want to murder these two people in cold blood? Investigators go to the families to see if they can determine suspects.
This is the way I seen my brother, like this one. Just him laid back, cutting up, having fun, smiling, you know? I definitely looked up to David. He tried toughening me up, and he did it with kicking my butt a lot. He was a great brother. I met Robin through my cousin Jason. We went to the same school together. She was always a real cool person.
We had sort of prepared ourselves for them to find her either hurt, possibly drowned. We were not prepared to find her murdered.
Robin was the youngest of the Colonial Parkway murder victims. She was 14. She had been through a lot in life. She was the kind of girl that often ran away. She got into trouble.
She could be very, very sweet, and she could be the most aggravating and irritating child in the world. She was very independent.
But Robin was also at a turning point in her life. She was finally starting to apply herself to her classes. She was starting to turn things around.
The big questions unanswered are, why was David with Robin at the wildlife preserve? And what happened after they got there?
That day, I followed him out, bummed a cigarette from him, and we talked in the driveway for 15, 20 minutes, I guess, and then he left. I carried that through my life, that I was able to say bye to him. I don't know why. It just seems so small now, but at the time it was big.
So they learned that David and Robin were hanging out at an arcade in the area with their friends, and David agreed to take Robin home. They are not a couple, according to the family, but what does the killer see? A man and a woman. And what would he assume from that? They are lovers in Lover's Lane, as were the first two women. Much of this is very familiar.
The murders are the ultimate mystery. Where were they killed? By whom? And with what motive? Were they killed deliberately or by chance? Questions which, as of now, have no answers.
That drove those of us that worked on the task force that we need to find this person because they're just heartless and brutal. When David and Robin were autopsied, the investigation revealed that Robin had been sodomized and there was still semen in her cavity. The medical examiner said this sample is very degraded because you had bodies laying in the water for 3 days.
This is 1987. DNA is in its infancy.
DNA databases were either non-existent or just starting, but the sample was preserved.
So now what? There's a possibility the motive is sexual assault of the female victim, but it's only a possibility. But why kill them? There's no answer for that. Despite the differences, the similarities are just too great. Proximity, darkness, area, type. People don't get killed in parked cars very often. The odds are great. This is the same person or persons responsible for both. You've got a hunter, somebody who's busy. A year later, the appetite returns.
They haven't been arrested. They probably haven't even been talked to.
No, they haven't been found. So now they become convinced that maybe they're pretty clever. Let me do this again, because God, it was good the first time.
But I'm not going to do it where I did it before.
No, but still in the general vicinity. They kill where it's convenient.
Places they know.
And I would be very worried that the bodies were going to start to pile up here. 4 dead, and there's going to be more dead if that theory is correct. He's going to do it again. He will continue unless he is stopped. These murders came to be known as the Colonial Parkway murders.
Police sources claim that 2 cases are so alike, the same persons may be responsible.
This story really picked up from the very beginning. It was very much an East Coast highlighted story because double murders were incredibly rare.
These young couples are violently dead in an otherwise picturesque place. How could this be?
Everyone was talking about whether this is the work of a serial killer.
Once the police realized, oh my God, we're dealing with connected crimes or potentially connected crimes, police presence on the Parkway increased dramatically.
And that was the first time we heard about the possibility of a serial killer or a pattern emerging. And I felt the investigation begin to shift.
It turned this area upside down. I mean, people were scared to go up and down the parkways, and my mom was scared to death when I went out. Scared to death.
Everyone is very busy now looking for people who seem to be out of the area, seem to be doing something that doesn't look right.
After the murders, people realized they may be going to the Colonial Parkway at their own risk, but it didn't stop them. Sure, the last thing they thought of is that they would get approached or grabbed on the Colonial Parkway. It scared a lot of people, but unfortunately it didn't scare them all.
The families held a vigil, a memorial to remind us all the killer is still out there.
The pressure exerted by the press and by the public results in the formation of a Colonial Parkway Murders Task Force, where agencies come together. More heads are better than one. Danny Plott was a trained and experienced homicide agent. Plott became in command.
We were given a conference room and told to have at it.
The common theory at the time is that the perpetrator is driving around the Colonial Parkway area looking for victims parked in a car alone in the dark in a lover's lane kind of area.
One thing we tried, we took a male agent and a female agent, and we put them in cars, different nights, different times, and waited to be approached. I worked some surveillance. I had a beard. I had actual hair. I was lucky enough to know who I was with, but you run out of things to talk about after a couple hours. Surveillance is cool in the movies. It is far from it in real life. We were approached. But all we did was, I think, scare the living daylights out of somebody that just was hoping they could see naked flesh. Somebody that just kind of hung around and tried to look in. Nobody wished any more for an arrest than those of us that were on that task force.
Your killer is a shadow in the night. You're pedaling a bike that is stationary, and no matter how hard you pedal, it goes nowhere.
The task force established tip lines.
And you get hit with tons of tips that are just crazy.
Many people will call in and report that little green men from Mars are responsible for this. But every once in a while, somebody says something that sounds reasonable, and you pay attention to that.
There was a man named Sammy Ryder that said he saw Robin and David maybe here's a lead we can work with.
Sam Reeder was at Ragged Island and remembers seeing David's truck.
I just took one quick look around. I flashed my headlights back in the brush, but I couldn't see anything.
He paints himself as an eyewitness. They bring Sammy Reeder in, they talk to him. So Mr. Reeder says that he stops at Ragged Island on his way home from a date. He notices this truck.
He said that he saw Robin and David get out of the car.
He admires the truck, says it's very nice, very clean.
The truck was running, the radio was on.
So he says all these things, none of which is earth-shattering because it's what the press reported.
Another statement was, I heard 2 shots. They had to be coming from the marshland way in the back. I decided it was time to leave and I left. There are several things wrong with Ryder's statement.
There were actually 3 shots fired that night. 2 were fired at David Knobling and 1 at Robin.
Sammy didn't mention anything about them being barefoot, but their shoes are in the car.
The sand down there is not smooth sand. It is made up with a lot of jagged shells, etc.
It is extremely unlikely, not wearing shoes or socks, that they would walk this far in rough terrain on their own accord.
Somebody marched them down to the place where they died. They did not get out of the car and go strolling down there.
He is inserting himself in a serial killer investigation. Now, why would he do that?
When Mr. Ryder was pressed, he finally admitted, well, I took money out of David Nobling's wallet. I don't know if he figured if he came up with this tip and they found his print somewhere on the truck, he would be able to say, well, I was just looking in. Well, I think he did it out of trying to cover his ass.
What he saw was a wallet, and he took advantage of it. Oh, Sammy, why are you wasting our time with this? He didn't kill 2 people. He didn't know who did.
Law enforcement were very frustrated with the investigation. They weren't solving the case. People were fearful.
I've noticed that a lot of girls aren't walking on campus by themselves, especially late at night.
Obviously, we have to consider that there's a dangerous person or persons still in the community.
We needed this task force to try to, if not tie these murders together, find common denominators or separate them.
Plott is experienced and he's smart. He sees the rivers. And he said, hey, look at this map. What is around all of these crime scenes? Water. How do you move in water? You move in water in a boat.
The thing I remember about the autopsies of Kathleen and Rebecca was this rope that was found. It was a piece of nautical rope, which to me, nautical rope is either used on a boat or used to tie up a boat.
Now that is an interesting fact. What if our man is a boater? Maybe we've been thinking about this wrong the entire time. How did he approach these people?
If he used the boat in some way, I think he had to anchor the boat on the river and use a smaller boat to come to the bank.
If you got a trolling motor, it makes little or no sound. So you can maneuver around in this water and nobody even knows you're there. You have no obligation legally to put lights on your boat. You're not at sea. You're in inland waterways. No one's going to question you. You're a waterman.
Right.
The word waterman is very specific to this area. It's people who are involved in the oyster business and the fishing business in the York River, the James River, and the Rappahannock River. They have their own dialect. They have their own language generationally, all the way back to the colonial period.
This could be a waterman. That's someone we need to concentrate on.
So what else do we know? The toys used in these crimes are the toys that watermen use as tools. Most of these boats have diesel motors.
Diesel was used in Rebecca and Kathleen's murder. Whoever killed them brought diesel fuel with them to the scene.
We have an extremely sharp instrument that cuts their throats. Fishermen take care of their knives.
Part of their living.
Part of their living, sharp as a razor. You could fillet a fish in a heartbeat. This all became known as the waterman theory. Danny Plott and other cops he brought with him survey the fishermen in the area. These are an unusual lot. They operate in private, they're loners.
They are tough as oak. They did not take kindly to being, even interviewed.
They picked a lifestyle that they don't want to interact with people. And for straight-laced FBI guys to walk into a waterman bar and say, hey, we want to ask some questions, they're not going to get any progress from that.
At this point, it's an all-hands-on-deck sort of investigation. But as it turns out, shortly they will discover even that is not enough. The park police have informed Danny Plott they have found yet another abandoned vehicle on the Colonial Parkway. The keys are in the ignition, the car is running, and nobody's around, and Plott's heart is in his throat.
You're going, oh shit, here we go again.
The Colonial Parkway serial killer is back in business. Danny Plott is very concerned. Where are the people from this car?
This has a lot of similarities to the other murders.
Lovers lanes, near water, only 1 mile from the Thomas Dowski crime scene. 1 mile? Are you kidding me?
The park rangers informed Plott that they ran a registration check on the vehicle and determined it's owned by Keith Call. They contact Call's parents. They report him missing that morning. The parents say he was with a female named Cassandra Haley. And Cassandra Haley's parents also report her missing. Where are they?
Some of their clothes and the car keys found inside the car.
A Navy security team looks through the woods. Park rangers use a bloodhound and a boat for air scent over the water. Other dogs comb the beachfront area.
A dog traced the couple's scent to the water's edge.
And then the scent ends.
The dogs are telling them those bodies are in this water. But they're not there now because water moves and it moves bodies with it.
I searched the parkway in a company of United States Marines who walked an arm's length away from each other across a whole area near where that car was found.
The search dogs take the scent and they march directly to the York River.
And that night, the nor'easter had been passing through.
Right. High waves.
High current.
60, 70 mile an hour winds and driving rain. So they are disposed of, killed by some method or means. They go in the York River, the nor'easter comes and sweeps them where? Out to sea. Maybe all the way out.
Wouldn't take much.
And these two poor, unfortunate young people are never found.
Not a trace of them. The families couldn't even have a funeral.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
I didn't want to think the worst to start with. All of a sudden, there's all these police calling the house, and then as the day went on, you just kind of came into that reality that something had happened. Keith just vanished into thin air.
Keith was really just a good-hearted kid, and you just don't ever think that when somebody walks out of the door, it's going to be the last time you see him.
He was into computers, We had some of the first. He was in there banging away on his Commodore 64 and learning everything about that, and he was just like that 80s guy.
In 1988, when this happened, he was in his first semester of college. And then with Cassandra, they were friends, and she was really a pretty girl.
Cassandra was the it girl. She was a cheerleader. She's got a magnetism about her. She was very bright. She was really looking forward to completing her education and going on with a career.
They went out that night to a movie, and then they decided to stop by some kind of college party going on there.
Friends confirm Keith and Sandra partied at the University Square Apartments April 10th. They left around 2 a.m., then disappeared.
And then Cassandra had to be home at a certain time. They said their goodbyes, and that's the last time anybody saw them.
The Parkway was not a place that you went like that and just left your car there. Keith was more responsible than that. The other murders had already happened. Keith wouldn't have went there.
It always haunted me, and it haunts me to this day, that we did not find Keith and Cassandra's remains. We have to find the murdering sumbitch that did this.
They finally decide, all right, let's go back and start over.
About 6 months into the FBI task force of the Colonial Parkway murders, we had come to a couple conclusions. Looking at all the scenes, the vehicles, the wallets out, we decided who we were looking for was a person of authority.
So imagine now it's nighttime here. You're with somebody you care about. You're not really thinking about anything. And then suddenly, there's a knock on your window, and a man with a flashlight says, "What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here."
What if this killer poses as a policeman? In the process of somebody getting out their ID, he pulls a gun, so he now has control. Could that be? Of course it could.
During this era, you could buy an old cop car complete with a side light, etc., for $300 at a police auction and duplicate being a cop.
We decided to hold a press conference with the FBI's blessing, and it exploded.
It reached the point where, even in the newspaper articles, they were warning people to verify that if they were being pulled over, that it was really a policeman.
The media took it and ran with it because it made a good story.
Nothing about this seems to work, and then you begin to convince yourself that nothing will ever work. Law enforcement are running out of room at the morgue. This is one serious guy. He's not gonna stop. As cases go on for years, they become more difficult. Colonial Parkway murders have slowed down. Nothing much has been happening. No news, no new events. An anonymous tipster calls the task force and says an individual has been harassing couples in the Lover's Lane pull-offs on the Colonial Parkway.
They called him a peeping Tom.
Really? Now that is interesting. Who might you be, Mr. Peeping Tom? And what are you doing on the Parkway?
Through a FBI or state police tip line, we get a tip that a man in a blue truck is stopping and looking in parked cars on the parkway. They get a tag. The tag reads EMRAW, eat 'em raw. What do you eat raw? Oysters. That truck comes back to a waterman named Alan Wilmer. So now the FBI has somebody that they can look at.
This could be him. This could be the Colonial Parkway killer, and they need to act fast.
The FBI and the Virginia State Police now have what appears to be a viable suspect. The FBI surveils him, goes to his residence, where they find him cleaning his truck.
They noticed Wilmer was out spray painting the back of his vehicle, and that he was bleaching the interior of the vehicle.
Now, why would he do that? Is he concealing evidence?
Maybe this is our guy. They immediately go to get a search warrant.
The FBI return to Wilmer's place. They present him with the warrant. He is cooperative. He steps aside and they search the premise.
They do the search warrant of his truck. Doesn't reveal a whole lot, but the search of his house reveals several things.
They find an enormous supply of pornography. They find guns. They find pairs of handcuffs and other bondage devices.
I am not saying that makes you someone that kills people, but you put everything together. This is not your average guy.
They continue to talk to him. He denies any knowledge of any of this, denies everything. They have no evidence that could result in an arrest. They decide that they will have an FBI polygraphist take a shot at this guy.
Mr. Wilmer was interviewed, and he did admit to being on the parkway and approaching a vehicle or two.
Which was very useful information, but his story changed a little bit.
He said, yeah, I was on a Colonial Parkway, but I wasn't in that particular pull-off. I was in another one. I walk around out there and I look for places to fish. Nothing wrong with that. And there isn't anything wrong with that. So he takes the polygraph. And the polygraphist says he didn't do this. He's innocent. And the FBI looks at that polygraphist and says, well, you better be right.
The FBI decided that him passing a polygraph and the lack of direct physical evidence was enough to say he's not the one.
He looks good, nothing happens. He moves on, and so does the task force.
FBI and state police, if one of us got a lead, you know, we'd let the other one know. But the leads, they just weren't there. And, you know, a family member, they weren't shy, and I don't blame them. And they sometimes weren't shy in the media. You know, my son, daughter, sister, brother, brutally murdered. What are you doing?
You didn't hear nothing about it. The FBI didn't talk to anybody. And then Joyce would consistently pick up the phone and call them up and ask them about the case and all that.
It seemed like they weren't giving us a lot of information. It just kind of went dead, and I didn't handle it very good at all. I mean, even to this day, that is the worst thing that's ever happened. It's just like somebody walks out the door and they're fine, and they just don't come back, and you don't have answers. You don't have a body.
The anxiety was terrible at that time. I mean, it's just not knowing what happened to him, just nothing but anxiety. It just doesn't go away, you know?
You have to become your own advocate because no one else will do it for you. We're the ones now kind of trying to advance this case. I'm looking for answers. Who killed my younger sister and her girlfriend? All of these other families, mine included, deserve answers.
All our answer was, we're doing everything we can. It had been years, nothing.
Labor Day weekend 1989, and a Virginia State trooper is investigating an abandoned vehicle in a rest area that's left running with the keys in the ignition.
And when he ran the tag, of course, it ding, 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 ding. This is a car of a missing person.
The car comes back to 21-year-old Daniel Lauer, reported missing with 18-year-old Anna Maria Phelps. The Colonial Parkway killer is back. And maybe this time he's left the waterfront. The investigators are instantly suspicious that this is the Colonial Parkway killer. But what's different?
Along I-64, their car was found at a westbound rest stop.
They call it the New Kent Rest Area.
This rest area is many miles from the Colonial Parkway. This is inland, not the waterfront where he has been for years.
So I went up there and I find the car, a gold Chevy Nova with black primer.
He sees this car, clothes in the back seat, keys in the ignition, car running. It is no question, it is deja vu. We're dealing with the same guy.
Anna Maria Phelps was a 18-year-old young lady from Amelia County, Virginia, who had recently dropped out of school.
School wasn't for her. She wanted to work. She wanted to get ahead in life. She wanted to be on her own. And she had a boyfriend named Clinton Lauer.
The other victim, Daniel Lauer, was her boyfriend's brother.
Daniel, he was a horse lover. He liked riding. He was 6 foot tall. He was a dominating force. And anybody that handles horses, he wasn't a weakling either. Daniel was doing very well. His father had a painting business and he worked there. His father had gotten him a Chevy Nova. In many respects, he was on the right path for independence himself. And Daniel had decided he wanted to kind of get out on his own. And the plan was for Anna Maria Phelps and Daniel Lauer to drive to Virginia Beach. And the best way to get there was on I-64.
We learned from the families that they never arrived in Virginia Beach.
If they are in fact missing and they're not in this car, then where are they? Could the Colonial Parkway killer have abducted and killed them just like the others?
Where are these people? What has happened to them?
And the search begins.
There was a search by special agents of the Virginia State Police and troopers of the Virginia State Police in the general area. No Anna Maria and Daniel. Again, it's very frustrating. And I can only imagine what it's like for the families.
We really love both of them very much. And if there's anything at all that you can do to help, we'd appreciate it.
6 weeks later, on October 21st, 1989, 2 turkey hunters find something shocking.
I get a call, hey, we need you to go near the New Kent Rest Area. I'm there. There was a logging road. That was the best way to describe it. And there was a deputy station there. And I stopped and he said, go up here. You didn't walk very far up the fork of the road. And then you went into the woods. I could see they already had a tent set up.
They find skeletonized remains of humans. 2 skulls and bones.
These are 2 young people that, unfortunately, the best way to describe it nicely is they melted into the ground.
They were so badly decomposed at the time that it was very difficult to determine exactly what happened.
That's me with a shovel in my hand. I would have been 33, maybe. I believe it had rained slightly, as you can tell. One man's wearing a raincoat. The bottom photo is Anna Maria's locket. That was found at the fork of the road. We speculate that maybe was where she was killed, and that locket came off. When the general area was searched, there was, very little to find. No bullets, no knife, no anything.
An autopsy confirmed the body of Anna Marie Phelps. Another body is believed to be Dan Lauer.
The skeletal remains were taken to the Smithsonian Institute with the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Doug Owsley.
Autopsies of skeletons yield little other than sex and age, and any wounds to the bone structure.
When he examined the skeletal remains, Dr. Owsley found what he deemed a knife wound on Anna Maria's left hand. And he speculated that if someone is getting ready to cut your throat, you hold your hands up, and it was a diagonal knife wound on her third finger. That's the only trauma that he could say.
Is this the Colonial Parkway killer? Well, of course it is. There's a change here and there in the MO, but so what? Either way, they work.
The couple's disappearance is strikingly similar to others, including Robin Edwards and David Knobling.
The only difference is that they were found in the woods instead of in the river.
The victims are in cars. There's two of them. They're probably very vulnerable.
He strangles, cuts the throat of Rebecca and Kathleen. He shoots David and Robin. He disposes of the bodies, however it was done, of Keith and Cassandra, and then lays the other two side by side.
There are a couple things that are different, but there are some things that are not.
Two on the parkway, two within easy driving distance of the parkway.
His method up to now has been the sea and the water. Now his method is a concealment in the deep woods. What does that mean? Did he become fearful of the increased patrol activity on the parkway? Probably. He doesn't want to stop killing. He just wants to stop the police from getting close to him. And the reality is he may never be found. This individual has eluded law enforcement for years. If he's shifting his MO and he's committing other murders, we may not even recognize them as his. He's a killer. That's what he does. The question always becomes, has he done other crimes? Of course he has.
That's what's kind of scary.
There's going to be other victims. How many did he kill? We have no clue. There have been 8 dead. There's a possibility there are others dead that we don't even know about. And the case continues to be cold, despite their focus on it for years. They've gotten nowhere fast.
After the task force, I worked several years in the fugitive unit as a special agent, which took me away from it, and it was given to somebody else. But I worked in and around the same office, and I did not have the least bit problem saying, hey, anything new with Ragged Island? Anything new with the Parkway murders? No, go away.
Despite all the effort, despite all the leads and all of the investigative work, the years begin to tick by, and no justice has been found for the families.
My mom and my dad kept in touch with the police over the years, and I took it with a grain of salt. I had zero expectation about finding out who killed my brother after the 10th year, the 20th year, the 30th year.
And it's been a horrendous waiting game the whole time. Just a cold waiting game. It's all it's been.
It's not like it was forgotten, but it's just like, what do you do? None of us were brought up in law enforcement. None of us had any background on what to do if your brother is abducted or murdered.
You've got 8 victims, 16 moms and dads. We've lost 9 of them so far. Both of my parents passed away. It's been 37 years. I can't really say it gets easier to talk about.
All of these victims have been dead much longer than they were alive.
Many of the investigators involved in this are retired, but this is not a case anybody ever forgets. It's been very hard on Danny.
I retired from the state police in 2013. But those murders have never been far from my mind, and I still remember the frustration of why can't we find this person?
It's the worst feeling in the world. You feel like a failure. You feel like you haven't done your job. You know better. You did everything humanly possible. It just wasn't enough. And you beat yourself up for that. December 2017, law enforcement responds to a 911 complaint about a foul odor emanating from a private residence. They find a badly decomposed body that basically is a bed full of soup.
The decay was horrible. They don't know if they're dealing with a natural death, a suicide, or a murder.
The autopsy reveals advanced arteriosclerosis and blocked arteries. In other words, his heart got blocked up, and it stopped, and so did he. They take samples of these remains for the purpose of obtaining DNA and the possibility of using it to identify the individual. Little did anyone know this was someone who was directly under their noses the entire time.
January of 2024 was when we got the first substantial break in the Colonial Parkway murders.
A detective is going through the daily crime sheets, notices this death case, looks at the name, and recognizes it. It was from years ago.
I was called, and the person said, "The name Alan Wilmer mean anything to you?" And I said, "Yeah, Parkway murder suspect."
This was the guy that was identified by an anonymous person as a peeping Tom on the Colonial Parkway. The FBI looked at him and they let him go because they couldn't prove anything.
Suddenly there's a connection back to the Colonial Parkway, which means a connection potentially to all the Colonial Parkway murders, which means you start looking for where do we have DNA that we might be able to compare. Robin Edwards had been sodomized. And to the credit of the Virginia State Police, they managed to maintain some of the samples of that DNA for ages.
Alan is deceased, but now we have a DNA sample from him. And they compare that sample taken from the victim to the sample taken of Alan Wilmer Sr., and it's a 100% match. Well, my. After decades of work and effort and theorizing, they finally have a name. All these years later, Alan Wilmer Sr. is the Colonial Parkway killer.
Best way to put what I was ecstatic. You know, I was ecstatic. I was also humbled and a little bit irritated at myself that I knew that Alan Wilmer was a great suspect.
But who is this guy? Who is Alan Wilmer Sr.?
What was Alan Wilmer besides a murdering piece of shit? He was a waterman.
He was a commercial fisherman, specifically, who farmed clams and oysters. He spent the majority of his time on his boat, a vessel he named Denny Wade.
From a geographic perspective, the anchor point is the York River, and that's where he worked every day. It makes complete sense that it was a waterman all along.
Also, Wilmer was an avid hunter. He belonged to a hunt club not far from the area where the fourth murder victims were discovered skeletonized.
When you look at Phelps Lauer, their bodies were found on a private hunting reserve. Is there a connection? We don't know. But where there's smoke, there's often fire.
Everything about Alan Wilmer's life fits the entire style of the Colonial Parkway killer. He moves by boat. He's around at night, where you can see the lovers' lanes from the water. Everything about him seems to come together once he's identified and firmly linked scientifically to one victim.
The FBI had called us, and they let us know that they had a DNA match. I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked.
I got a call from our case agent, and they were bringing up Alan Wade Wilmer. It was just like, oh my God, oh my God.
Our family went through so much freaking heartache and pain wondering what the happened to my brother, you know, and come to find out they had the right guy the whole freaking time.
When you talk about anger, there has been like 35 years worth of anger. It's maddening. There he was in the very beginning.
I'm still angry about it to this day. I thought it was outrageous. They told my family they were looking at watermen. This is that guy. Is he responsible for Kathy and Becky's murder as well?
It always makes me wonder, could law enforcement have prevented the things that followed? The deaths, the loss of life.
The FBI decided that him passing a polygraph was enough to say he's not the one. The decision was made, and that wasn't made by me. I can't say we let him go, but we didn't do enough. I would have done anything, threatened him, anything else to try to get him to admit to it, but I don't think he was the kind of person that would.
He passed a polygraph, but so what? He also happens to be a sociopath, so he doesn't react. Thus, a polygraph is useless. He's not capable of emotion.
Someone like Wilmer? I killed 2 people today. Big deal.
That's what makes him so dangerous. Why is there only a DNA hit on one case when there were 4 double murders that everyone says are connected? One possible answer is no evidence contained any perpetrator DNA.
Robin and David's murder, that is the only one of the 4 that there was actual known DNA evidence.
So, what is known about the 4 Colonial Parkway double homicides?
At the very beginning, the FBI behavioral profilers said watermen.
The first 3, 86, 87, 88, all of them took place right against the water, either the York River or the James River.
You're dealing with a creature from the Black Lagoon. It's possible that in the first murder, he spots Kathy and Rebecca. in Lover's Lane, together in a car, approaches them. He strangles them and he slashes their throats. He put them in Kathy's Honda, soaked it in diesel fuel, tried to burn it. Then he shoved it over the embankment, assuming it would sink in the river and disappear. His attempt at disposal is a disaster. In the second killing, David Knobling and Robin Edwards, he sodomizes Robin Edwards, and he shoots her in the back of the head. David is shot in the shoulder and the back of the head. They're thrown in the river, assuming they'll float away, but they wind up trapped under the embankment. Another failure. However, DNA this time remains behind, which ultimately becomes his undoing.
By Keith and Cassandra's murder, he had perfected his craft.
If this was his third murder, he abducted and killed them, threw them in the water.
He went out and he fished, clammed, oystered from that boat. How hard would it have been to take them out on that boat and dispose of their bodies? It would have been very easy.
The fourth murder, Daniel Lauer and Anna Maria Phelps. They are discovered miles away from the parkway.
My best speculation is they stopped at the eastbound rest area of New Kent. That's where Wilmer took control of them. And then they were carried to these two positions where they were found.
It seems he learns from his mistakes. He gets better at disposing of remains. But what is his deal about couples? Does he hate them? What motive could there be? Maybe just a willingness to kill. And perhaps that's the only motive he needs.
Now, we learned that Wilmer's sphere was even larger. We now have some evidence that we can weigh against these other cases.
Here we have Alan Wilmer. We have him tied to the murder of Robin and David. Luckily, we got DNA from that.
But that wasn't the only crime his DNA hit on.
He was tied to another murder of a lady in Hampton.
There was a 29-year-old woman named Teresa Howell who left the nightclub and disappeared. She was found naked, strangled, and raped. And the perpetrator DNA was none other than Ellen Wilmer Sr.
We now know that he killed people that were alone. So the net gets cast pretty wide to look at cases that this guy may have been involved with.
Well, it's always difficult to say what will happen now. Will the DNA science advance further? Will they be able to determine something from some of these cases to link him directly to the crime? It's entirely possible. Prosecution will never occur. You can't prosecute a dead guy.
But I hope he's facing some kind of judgment.
Well, you would hope so. You would hope so. Perhaps he'd move to a higher court.
If we had had hindsight and law enforcement in general, FBI, state police, Isle of Wight County Sheriff's Office, this would have been handled different. But the only answers we can really for sure give is to Miss Howell's family, the Noblin family, and the Edwards family. The FBI and the Virginia State Police, they have not stopped. And I hope they can tie him to any and all of them. All these families deserve answers.
This completely destroyed my mother. In one night, she lost her only daughter, her youngest child, and her best friend. This is a solvable case. All it takes is time, attention, and resources.
It's not something that we ever wanted to be burying a younger brother. Keith was just starting out his life. He had aspirations. He was a good kid.
I hated that he didn't have the opportunity to grow up, and to have a family. I mean, that got robbed, Keith. He robbed him of a whole entire life.
That was my big brother, man, Doesn't get any tighter than that. I mean, it's not fair. I miss so much with him. So much. I know my life would have been so much different if he was still in it. God, I wish he was still here.
Some people never have to pay the bill for what they've done in their life. They just crook like everybody does.
I'll be quite frank with you. I hope there is a special place in hell for this man. And every day, what he did to those kids is done to him for eternity. Then maybe it'll be a little bit of justice.
There's supposed to be justice and punishment. Not always the case. Wilmer denied the hangman's noose. However, he died in his hovel of a trailer and turned into a puddle of DNA. No one cared about Alan. Maybe Alan didn't either. He cared about killing, and he got pretty good at it.
So what kind of things were these voices saying?
To kill somebody.
There are people in this world who are patently evil.
My mind went to that. Someone took her. Someone is trafficking her.
Do you think you're going to convince a jury that you don't have nothing to do with that?
I just felt like I gotta solve this case.
A lot of murderers are emotional when they take a life. Not him. He's cold as ice.
How much worse will it be if we don't get who did this?
And I'm like, what? What do you mean they've been murdered?
We're not just the police, we're the murder police. When Kane busted a Cap and Abel, did he send a uniform to take the report? No, he sent a f***ing detective.
Human beings are curious creatures. They kill for the most ridiculous reasons you could ever imagine. Sometimes it is for money, sometimes for spite, but occasionally you stumble upon a case where the villain is so devoid of humanity, so calculated in their deception, that it makes your skin crawl. You sit in that interrogation room, you look into their eyes, and you realize you are not looking at a person. You are looking at a void. My, you have to be kidding me. It started in the late 1980s in Wilton Manors, Florida, a quiet place, a bedroom community where people went to escape the noise of Fort Lauderdale. It was a low-crime area, the kind of place where you leave your front door unlocked and sleep soundly. But on the 24th of March, 1987, the quiet was shattered. Bernie James, a 37-year-old park ranger and a man everyone seemed to love, was found dead in his own vehicle. His wife, Patty, claimed she'd been inside the house and that when she came out, she found him slumped over. She spun a yarn about a stranger, a mysterious man looking for matches. I tell you, I have heard every lie in the book, but this one was painted in layers of deceit, so thick you could hardly breathe through them. Look at the facts. They tell a story that words cannot hide. Bernie had been struck with blunt force trauma to the right side of his head and strangled with a ligature. Now use your head. You cannot inflict that kind of trauma inside a cramped vehicle. The blood spatter was wrong. The scene was staged. You had oil cans sitting out, but the dipstick showed the oil was full. It was a setup, plain and simple. And the wallet? Rifled through and tossed right next to the car. People who commit robberies do not stick around to sort through credit cards on the driveway. They run. The whole thing smelled like a rat from the moment I stepped onto the pavement. Then you have the wife, Patty James, She was a woman who lived in the shadows of her own insecurities, a deep, jagged scar on her face that she believed defined her. Bernie did not see the scar. He saw a person he thought needed him. He was a widower, a man with 3 young children trying to fill a void in his life. He brought her into his home, and she convinced him to move to Florida. But behind those closed doors, the reality was a nightmare. While the neighborhood saw a quiet family, the truth was a constant, screaming war. She was a manipulator, a woman who treated life like a series of grifts. She even tried to scam churches by pretending her son was deaf. Imagine that, using your own children as tools for a swindle. That is not just a crime. That is a special kind of sickness. We brought in the man she eventually pointed the finger at, a fellow named Tim Ott. He was soft-spoken, and when we sat him down, he did not just talk. He shattered her house of cards. He told us he had never heard of Bernie James or Patty James. He knew them as Booth and Demi, and the plot thickens. She had created an entirely fake persona, a flight attendant named TJ, to lure this man into her web. She played both sides, using her different faces to manipulate him into doing the unthinkable. They had sat around talking about how to kill her husband like they were discussing the weather. They tried poison. They tried shooting. And finally, they settled on murder in an apartment. When I looked at the evidence, I saw a woman who could not handle the idea of being left behind. Bernie was going to leave her. He had called his mother. He was going to get a divorce. And he was going to walk away from the cage he had built for himself. Patty could not have that. She had even taken out a life insurance policy on him, making sure those poor children were left out of benefits. She wanted everything, and she was willing to trade his life to keep her control. When we finally put the cuffs on her, she tried to pull the ultimate card. She claimed she did not remember any of it. She claimed it was her other personality, TJ, who did the killing, a convenient excuse for a monster. I have spent my life looking at the wreckage left behind by people like her. She had no conscience, no remorse, and not a single shred of humanity in her bones. She destroyed a good man, a man who had served his country and spent his life helping others as a firefighter and a paramedic. She left 3 children without a father, all because she could not stand to lose a game of control. When the jury finally saw through the smoke and mirrors and put her away for life, I felt a sense of relief for those kids. But you look at the life lost, the years stolen, and you just have to shake your head. The world is a dangerous place, not just because of the bad things that happen, but because of the people who make them happen while wearing a mask of normalcy. You have to be kidding me. Is there a particular aspect of the investigation or the psychological profile of the perpetrator that you would like me to analyze further in this style? My. You look at a man like Danny Coleman, a man who built things, a man who taught children how to handle a firearm with respect, and you ask yourself how he could possibly end up as nothing more than charred bone in a rural Missouri field. People think murder is some grand, cinematic event. It is not. It is usually just a pathetic, shivering pile of greed and a complete, utter lack of a soul. You have to be kidding me. But this is the world we live in. A man leaves for work, thinking about his next job, his next day, and he ends up executed because the person sleeping beside him for 19 years decided he was worth more as a corpse than a husband. I tell you, human beings are the most disappointing creatures on this planet. They will betray the only person who actually gives a damn about them for the promise of a few. $1,000 they will likely blow on trash before the body is even cold. Karen Coleman. That is a name that tastes like ash in my mouth. She sat there in her home, keeping her little secrets, her little affairs, her little addiction to the poison they call methamphetamine, all while playing part of the grieving wife. She was a master of the double life, a woman who could look a man in the eye, pack his lunch, and then whisper to a convict in a prison cell that she wanted him gone. It is cold, it is calculated, and it is entirely sickeningly mundane. The conspiracy was a tangled mess, a web woven by people who weren't half as smart as they thought they were. They thought they were invisible. They thought the fire would erase everything. But fires are messy. They destroy, sure, but they also leave behind things that shouldn't be there. Like a metal rod in a leg. That rod was Danny's truth. It was a physical record of a life lived, an injury sustained while serving his country, a detail that the fire couldn't consume, and that the killers were too arrogant to account for. When we found that, the clock started ticking for them, even if it took years for the alarm to finally go off. And consider the killers. James Cornhart, a man who was supposed to be a firefighter, a protector, and his little crew. They weren't soldiers of fortune. They were just small-time thugs doing a hit for pocket change. They lured Danny to his death using his own trust against him, feeding him some nonsense about his wife's infidelity, which, as it turned out, was the only true thing they said all day. They didn't even have the decency to look him in the eye. They ambushed him. They beat him, they shot him, and they burned him, hoping to erase a human life as if it were a clerical error. The most bitter pill in this whole disaster? The silence. For years, the case sat there, cold and quiet. It took a deathbed confession from a man named Larry Nolan, a man who was in love with a woman who was just using him as an instrument of murder, to blow the doors off the hinges. Even then, Karen Coleman tried to play the victim, blaming the drugs, blaming the circumstances, blaming everything except the one thing that mattered, her own heartless choice. She didn't want a divorce. She wanted a payout, $50,000. That is the price tag she put on the father of her son, a man who had never done her anything but wrong by simply existing and being a decent human being. I have spent my life staring into the eyes of people who have done the unthinkable, and I can tell you this, they always think they have an excuse. It is always, the drugs made me do it, or I felt trapped. Nobody is trapped. You have a choice. You can walk out the door. You can leave. But some people, they choose to destroy. They choose the darkness because they are too hollow to stand in the light. Danny Coleman was a good man, a man who deserved to grow old. Instead, he was double-crossed by the person who knew his weak spots best. He was blindsided, taken out like trash, and left in the dirt. It is a tragedy, sure, but more than that, it is an insult to everything that makes us human. You sit there, and you wonder if they ever think about what they took. I doubt it. People like that don't think about anything but themselves. And that, in the end, is exactly why they all ended up exactly where they belong. Behind bars, where they can sit in the silence they created, and think about the lives they burned for nothing. Human beings are strange creatures. They kill for the most ridiculous reasons you could possibly imagine. And they lie even when the truth is screaming from the floorboards. My. You have to be kidding me if you think a man like Nick Cordova just happened to walk into a robbery gone wrong at his own place of business. I have spent my entire life looking at the aftermath of bad decisions, and I tell you, this case stinks worse than a crime scene in the middle of July. Look at the facts. You have a man, Nick, who is building a life, working hard, and suddenly he starts feeling like someone is watching him. That is not paranoia. That is a survival instinct knocking on the door of the subconscious. He knows his partner, Dave, is a snake. Everyone knew it. Frank, the previous owner, basically handed him a warning on a silver platter. But Nick, he is the type who loves challenge. He thought he could outrun the shadow. He was wrong. Then you have Dave. The man is a masterclass in deflection. When the police arrive, he is peeking through the blinds, acting hysterical, and handing over a bloody gun like it is a courtesy. Who does that? You do not hand a weapon to an officer unless you are trying to craft a narrative that clears you before they even finish their first coffee. And let us talk about that money in his pocket. He tells the police the robbers took everything, yet when they pat him down, there's over $1,000 sitting right there in his left pocket. You have to be kidding me. If you are being robbed at gunpoint, you do not hold back a stash of cash for a rainy day. That is not a victim. That is a man caught in a lie so pathetic, it would be funny if a man were not lying dead in the next room. The surveillance footage is the real kicker. It is the silent witness that never forgets. The way those men arrive, the way they move, It is too calculated. And Dave, peeking through those blinds just as a truck pulls up, my, that is not a coincidence. That is a performance. He was waiting for his guests. And to think, this man had the audacity to call this the most traumatic ordeal of his life. The only thing traumatized here is the truth. My heart breaks for Alicia. 6 years of fighting for justice. 6 years of staring into the abyss of bureaucracy and redacted files. She lost her husband, the father of her children, and she is left to navigate a labyrinth of insurance fraud and police incompetence. She is a warrior, and she deserves every answer they are hiding behind those 200 pages of black ink. The tragedy of a case like this is that it is not just about who pulled the trigger. It is about the environment that allowed it to happen, the greed that poisoned the well, and the cold, calculated betrayal of a partner who saw a price tag on a man's life. I tell you, people like Dave, they never change. They just find new victims. And the system, well, the system is often just as blind as it chooses to be. You keep pushing, Alicia. You never stop. Because the truth, no matter how deeply they bury it, always has a way of digging itself out. Human beings are strange creatures. They commit the most heinous acts for the most trivial reasons imaginable. You have to be kidding me. You look at a case like this, and you realize that justice is often not a destination, but a flickering light that gets snuffed out by incompetence, indifference, and the sheer laziness of those sworn to protect the truth. My, I tell you, when I hear about a woman like Laura Sweetman, a brilliant pediatric neurologist, a mother, a woman who had her entire life ripped away in the cold silence of a bathtub, and the authorities simply close the book because they cannot be bothered to flip the page, it makes my blood boil. The narrative starts with her husband, Dave Sweetman, a man who, by all accounts from those who knew him, was a master of manipulation. He lived a life of secrets, a dual existence that would have shattered anyone with a shred of decency. When Laura discovered he had an entire other family, a child she never knew existed, she finally saw the man for what he was. She was ready to leave. She had a plan. She was taking her 3 sons and starting over. But Dave was not the type to let go. He was the kind of man who would hold on to his property, even if that property was a human being. The incident in April of 2013 was the warning shot. Laura told police that he held her against her will, that he tried to choke the life out of her. Dave, with that classic coward's defense, claimed he was just hugging her while she screamed for help. You have to be kidding me. That is not love. That is control. And yet the courts, with their infinite wisdom, dropped the charges. They saw an audio recording of a man threatening to take his own life and refusing to let his wife leave, and they decided there was insufficient evidence. My, the system failed her before she was even dead. Then we come to December of 2013. Laura is found unresponsive in her bathtub, foaming at the mouth. A scene that screams for a thorough investigation. Yet what do we get? A medical examiner named Dr. Mark Shelley, a man whose professional history is so deeply disturbing it defies belief. A man who allegedly took the brain of a deceased Marine home to show his children. This is the individual responsible for determining why a young woman died. The incompetence is staggering. I tell you, the people who were supposed to be the gatekeepers of truth were, at best, asleep at the switch, and at worst, actively sabotaging the possibility of justice. There were men in her life, men she was seeing, men who were never truly vetted. There was a suspicious white vehicle seen parked in her driveway, a tip from a neighbor that was ignored by a police department that apparently had better things to do. They did not check alibis. They did not press for the truth. They simply took the path of least resistance. It is a hallmark of a lazy investigation. You do not treat a suspicious death like a paperwork inconvenience. You treat it like the violation of a human soul. I look at the internal state of the perpetrators and the victims here. For Laura, the internal state was one of suffocating fear, a constant state of hypervigilance, knowing that the man she was once married to was a shadow that refused to vanish. She was trying to build a future while being hunted. And for Dave, if he is indeed the one responsible, there's the hollow, cold calculation of a man who views people as assets or obstacles. He was not grieving for a partner. He was managing a narrative. The way he was crying before even being told she was dead, that is not grief. That is a performance. The lack of follow-up on the toxicology reports, the redacted files, the missing methodology, it all points to a systemic rot. They chose the label undetermined because it required no effort to maintain. It is a cowardly exit from a duty that demands courage. Justice requires more than just a badge or a lab coat. It requires a relentless pursuit of the facts, regardless of how uncomfortable they might be. When you choose to look away, you become a silent partner to the killer. And that, in my book, is the greatest crime of all. Human beings are strange creatures. They commit the most heinous acts for reasons that are more often than not utterly pathetic. You sit there looking at the evidence, and you have to wonder how anyone could convince themselves they have the right to snuff out a life. It turns out the answer is usually ego, rage, or a cold, calculated sense of power. I tell you, I have seen it all. And it never gets easier to look into the eyes of a grieving family and tell them their child is not coming home. My, you have to be kidding me. Thinking you can just sweep a life away like it is nothing more than trash on the side of a road in Racine County. Let's talk about Stephanie Casper. She was an 18-year-old girl. She had a job, a life, and the kind of youthful innocence that gets hardened by the realities of a world that is not always kind. She was waitressing at Mark's Big Boy in Milwaukee. A simple job, a routine. But then, on the 9th of July, 1969, the narrative of her life was violently rewritten. A young boy fishing on the Root River near a condemned bridge found something that no child should ever see. A foot, a human foot. You start with one piece, and suddenly you are looking at a puzzle of human remains, scattered in mud and old newspapers, discarded like garbage. It is an act of pure, unadulterated contempt for the sanctity of human existence. The pathologist, when he looked at what was left of her, saw precision. There were puncture wounds, a severed artery. This was not a crime of passion, not a chaotic explosion of rage. This was methodical. It was the work of someone who had patience, someone who had time, and someone who possessed a terrifying degree of composure. The dismemberment happened after death, performed with what looked like surgical accuracy. You start to see a profile here, someone comfortable with the process, someone who did not lose their head while they were busy taking someone else's. Then there is the internal struggle of our victim. Stephanie was keeping secrets. She was seeing a young man named John, a serviceman, in 1969. She felt the need to hide that love because he was black, and she was terrified of her parents' reaction. Imagine the weight of that. Being 18, try to grow up wanting independence, and having to tiptoe through your own life just to love who you want. She was sneaking around, and that silence became the backdrop for her disappearance. When she did not come home, her family assumed she was just out living her life. Perhaps with friends, perhaps with John. They did not know the silence was permanent. Then you have the circus of suspects. You have Michael Bartelt, a co-worker at the restaurant, a man whose story seemed to change as often as the wind. He spoke of Hawaii, a trip that turned out to be a ghost, a fabrication to explain a sudden exit. You have the father, Charles, who, when asked by investigators if he had killed his own daughter, offered a chuckle and a comment that would chill the blood of any seasoned detective. It was a joke, perhaps a dark, defensive mechanism of a man in shock. But it is the kind of thing that makes a detective's skin crawl. You see these people, all caught in the orbit of tragedy, some lying to hide their own small sins, others just caught in the machinery of a system that was, at the time, struggling to keep up with the brutality of the act. The investigation was a mess of jurisdictions. Milwaukee, Franklin, Racine. A 25-mile span of rural backroads and cold, hard facts. They found a box, a sun-kissed, weather-beaten thing, containing more of her remains. It was a second sight, a deliberate act of further disposal. This person was moving through the world, navigating these roads with chilling, calm purpose. For years, the case went cold, a ghost story hanging over Wisconsin. People lived their lives, they got married, they had children, and all the while, the shadow of Stephanie Casper sat in a file cabinet, waiting for someone to care enough to pull the thread. Decades later, people started talking. Siblings pointing fingers at siblings, whispers of abuse, whispers of earrings kept in safe deposit boxes that did not exist. You see, the truth has a way of rotting just like a body does if you leave it in the dark long enough. It festers. The DNA eventually came into play, but it is a fickle mistress. Partial profiles, exclusions, non-matches. They tested the cigarette butts. They tested the jacket. They used a modern tech to try and squeeze confession out of thin air, but the killer remained a ghost. Now, we have a new lead, a name that surfaced from a podcast. A potential predator linked to other horrific crimes across the country. A military man, a drifter in the dark. It is a long, uphill battle against bureaucracy and time. But you do not stop. You keep digging. Because you owe it to the girl who was just trying to get home after a shift, who had a life waiting for her, and who was denied the chance to live it. You owe it to the family that has been rippling with the pain of her loss for over 50 years. You do not stop because the truth is the only thing that matters, and until you find it, the world is a little bit colder, a little bit darker, and a whole lot less just. So the detectives were able to quickly determine that Bobby Kitchener was telling the truth. Through time cards and witness statements at his job, he had a rock-solid, verifiable alibi. After officially striking the heartbroken Bobby from the active suspect list, the investigators circle right back to the crucial task of confirming Shelley's shaky alibi. They formally bring in her current boyfriend, Ray Clerks, for intense questioning. The detectives ask Ray directly to provide his exact timeline for the entire night of the 16th, and he basically nervously tells them he honestly does not know exactly what Shelley did after 11:30 at night, primarily because that is exactly when she dropped him off and he went inside his home to sleep. So then the sharp detective immediately leans forward and says, "Well, Ray, she confidently told us she actually went home with you at 2:30 in the morning." And Ray nervously says to them, "Well, I guess that could be true. It might have actually been 2:30. Ray stammers and says he honestly can't remember exactly which specific night they are referring to, since the date in question was already several weeks before the interview. But he desperately assures the skeptical investigators he has absolutely no idea who could have ever hurt or killed the sweet Pam. The detective noted he basically grew agitated, told them he was extremely tired of talking to them in circles, and firmly stated he did not want to talk to the cops anymore without a lawyer, so that pretty much put an abrupt end to Ray's voluntary involvement in the interview process, with Ray entirely unable or unwilling to solidly confirm Shelley's late-night alibi. The detectives decide to speak to more of the peripheral friends she claimed she was with on the actual night of the murder, thereby exposing a truly shocking, dark revelation about her behavior. The teenagers in the group told the police a terrifying story. They explicitly said Shelley was visibly, violently angry that night, and she was actively, aggressively driving around looking for Pam on the night of the 16th. While the detectives are meticulously conducting these interviews, they learn that Shelley angrily said to several people, "Have you seen my terrible roommate tonight? She's out doing bad things to me. Absolutely everything that is currently wrong in my entire life. She is directly responsible for causing, and I am actively trying to find her right now to deal with it." The lead detective noted grimly in his file, it certainly did not sound like their living relationship was nearly as happy and peaceful as she had smoothly made out to be during her interview on Thursday night. Furthermore, Shelley's frightened friends also suddenly remember some highly unusual, disturbing things she had casually said in the past during morbid conversations. One friend shuddered as they recalled she would frequently make dark, Serious comments about how she supposedly knows exactly how to safely get rid of a human body without getting caught. She bragged that the absolute best way to completely get rid of somebody is to first make sure they are reported as a standard missing person, and then either burn their body entirely beyond any visual recognition to destroy evidence, or to quietly drop him down deep into an abandoned mine shaft in the desert. The lead investigator was stunned. It was apparently a well-known, creepy fact among her peer group that Shelley had some pretty strong, highly specific theories on exactly how to make people permanently disappear and successfully get rid of all the physical evidence. Deeply alarmed by these highly specific, prophetic allegations, the detectives immediately bring Shelley back into the station for another, much more intense interview. But Shelley remained stone-faced, denying everything, and without a body or a crime scene, the police are stuck. Why was she so confident? As the frustrated investigators continue to zero in on Shelley, wild new theories begin to emerge from the panicked town. A terrified parent told the police, "I heard on the news a violent satanic cult was actually involved in the burning." Another teenager claimed, "Kids who were out partying at that bonfire talk about seeing this massive, possible fistfight between the girls." And years later, a horrific, gruesome discovery deep in the desert throws the cold case investigators a massive, terrifying curveball. The rescue worker would report it was a young white male in an advanced state of decomposition who had been callously dropped completely down into the dark, vertical mine shaft. It was now late October 1988. It had been 1 full month since the charred body of the beloved Prescott teen, Pam Pitts, was found tragically burned and dumped in the remote forest. Now, the seasoned investigators seriously wonder if the documented, toxic bad blood between Pam and her increasingly erratic roommate, Shelley Norgard, could have logically led directly to her brutal, senseless murder. The lead detective admitted the sheer difficulty of the sprawling case. At that chaotic time, with so many wild rumors flying around the frightened town, absolutely anybody was considered a valid suspect, as far as I can truthfully say. Hoping to find physical proof of a struggle, the investigators legally obtained a signed warrant from a judge to thoroughly search Shelley and Pam's shared apartment from top to bottom. The forensics team spent days inside. There were exhaustive, microscopic searches of that small residence. However, it was incredibly difficult to determine that absolutely anything violent had ever happened there inside the house. The apartment was relatively clean. There was simply no glaring physical evidence to definitively point to anybody committing a crime there. The lead technician reported, there was absolutely no physical evidence of a struggle. There was no genetic evidence or blood found on the carpets. There was simply nothing we could use in court. Furthermore, the detectives legally also had what they frustratingly believed was a pretty solid, albeit corroborated by frightened teenagers, alibi from Shelley, in that she was allegedly seen with all these various people driving around town throughout the early part of the night. Still at a complete loss for exactly where Pam was actually killed, the frustrated investigators decide to logically look much closer at the remote site where Pam's body was actually found burning. And they finally catch a small break when they learn through the grapevine that there may have actually been several witnesses partying in that specific wooded area on the actual night of the 16th. A couple weeks later, they learn through interviews about a massive, rowdy teenager party that had occurred right at Gordo's Pit from reading the dispatch logs of the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office. The log showed that deputies from the sheriff's office had actually responded to a noise complaint at that massive party late that exact night, and had effectively chased all the underage kids off the property. And then the deputies had come back later on patrol to make absolutely sure there was nobody hiding there in the dark. And they verified there weren't any large bonfires currently burning, and that kind of dangerous thing. The investigators immediately begin to track down and formally interview the local teens to see if absolutely anyone saw Pam alive at the rowdy party that night. They eventually found a couple of young guys who swore that they had definitely seen Pam hanging out at the dark park, But some of Pam's closest friends tearfully tell the detectives that they firmly believe much more ominous, darker events than just simple high school parties were regularly taking place at the highly popular, isolated hangout spot. One terrified girl whispered, "I heard a violent satanic cult was directly involved in what happened to her." The lead detective sighed, noting there were just a whole lot of wild, unverified rumors tearing the town apart. One of the most persistent rumors was a terrifying story about how it was a dark, satanic worshiper human sacrifice. You know, back in the late 1980s, that specific fear, the satanic panic, was a very big, pervasive thing in American culture. In fact, there actually was some verified, minor occult activity in the woods. That fact was later confirmed by an undercover investigator. The dark rumor going around the high school was that the innocent Pam was somehow kidnapped and used in some sort of terrifying, ritualized killing by a secret group. While the terrifying rumors run absolutely rampant in the panicked town of Prescott, the dedicated investigators painstakingly run down absolutely every single lead, no matter how bizarre. But long, frustrating months pass, and absolutely nothing concrete or verifiable materializes from the cult theories. The detective concluded that entire satanic angle was a complete and total fabrication that simply came straight out of the terrified rumor mill. I guess you would logically say, in this complex thing, these are simply all the wild stories that completely fell apart under basic scrutiny. They deeply looked into every single one of them, couldn't corroborate any of the facts, and eventually had to let them go. But finally, in the hot summer of 1989, after exhaustively reviewing hundreds of past witness statements, the diligent investigators finally uncover a highly promising, grounded lead. A very small number of those early teenager interviews casually talked about witnessing this massive, possible physical fight between a local girl named Melinda Perry and the victim, Pam Pitts. A witness described the chaotic scene. The way I thought the fight happened, she aggressively went up and was loudly talking trash to Pam while they were hanging out at the dark park. And they suddenly started to violently fight each other. And during the chaotic fight, Pamela tragically got thrown hard onto the rocky ground. The witness claimed she viciously kicked her in the head like 3 or 4 or 5 times really hard before absolutely anybody in the shocked crowd stepped in and physically pulled her off the girl. And then when someone finally pulled her off, Pam dizzyingly got up, and then she immediately fell back down into the dirt. The new police theory was that maybe the angry Melinda had violently tracked her down later that night. Maybe Pam was resting alone over there by the dark fire pit where she was ultimately located, and that maybe the enraged Melinda, purely because of that leftover, boiling rage from the fight, had followed her and violently finished her off in the dark. Acting on this new theory, the investigators immediately hauled the 18-year-old Melinda Perry into the station for intense questioning. The detective slams his notebook on the table and demands, "Okay, stop lying and tell us exactly about the violent fight you got into with Pam at the pit." Melinda, terrified, forcefully replies, "I absolutely did not get in a physical fight with Pam." The detectives aggressively press Melinda for her exact alibi for that night. Melinda nervously stammers, "Friday night, there was a big party happening at the American Motel, okay? And I guess there were some rowdy people there in the room, and they were being entirely too loud. So the landlord or the angry manager or whoever was in charge, they were strictly told to get out of there, all right?" The detective leans, "And you were physically there?" Melinda nods frantically. "Yes, I was safely at the motel the entire time." The pressure on Melinda was immense. As a legal observer noted, all of a sudden, after a full, frustrating year of the department being without a single solid suspect, they believe they finally have a really good, viable suspect sitting in the chair. They aggressively kept asking her the same leading questions and doing endless, repetitive interviews, and she stubbornly kept telling them her truth, but she simply wasn't telling them exactly what they desperately wanted to hear. They desperately wanted her written confession to close the high-profile case. The authorities still aren't fully convinced she didn't actually kill Pam in a blind rage. And in the sweltering month of August of 1989, Melinda is formally, legally summoned to appear and testify before a secret, investigative grand jury. Melinda's lawyer theorized, "I truly think their aggressive legal theory was that they could legally put her on the witness stand, and while she was under oath, essentially force and compel her to finally break down and tell the truth about the fight." Melinda recalled the terrifying experience. "I sat in that big chair, and I firmly tell them all again I never, ever fought Pamela Pitts. I was absolutely never in a physical fight with Pamela Pitts in my entire life. After I testified to that fact, I honestly felt I was finally free to go home. You know what I mean?" But shockingly, not long after her testimony, Melinda is unexpectedly arrested by the authorities and formally charged with a serious felony of perjury. Melinda cried as she explained, "Somebody in that town secretly told the police a lie, that I viciously kicked her in the head. They claimed I kicked her head repeatedly until she tragically passed out in the dirt. And based on that lie, they officially booked me into jail for 3 separate, serious counts of felony perjury, claiming that I had intentionally lied while on the witness stand." The prosecutor's office officially stated, "It was legally determined that the witness, Melinda Perry, had intentionally made contradictory, inconsistent statements to the sworn grand jury." The relentless investigators interrogate the terrified Melinda once more in the jail, but she bravely does not waver from her true story. She later said, "I was absolutely terrified and scared out of my mind, to say the very least. You know, I was just a dumb kid. I honestly didn't know what to legally do to protect myself." Eventually, the truth won out, and Melinda's serious perjury charges are quietly, officially dropped by the state. Her defense attorney stated, "Her physical whereabouts were actually pretty well, thoroughly documented for that entire weekend by other reliable witnesses. And, obviously, that bogus perjury charge simply didn't hold up under legal scrutiny. But the damage to her life was done." Melinda sighed, "For 2 long, terrifying years, I fought that dark cloud hanging over my head. And then they finally had to officially close the case against me. They simply didn't have absolutely any real evidence of that fight ever happening. But I was ruined here. I immediately packed my bags and left. I left the state of Arizona forever. I drove straight to Nevada that very same day. It was just an incredibly traumatic, horrible experience for me." Though the frustrated investigators are forced to head right back to the drawing board, absolutely nothing new sticks to any suspect. The lead detective admitted, "I would sadly say for about 3 long years, the entire investigation had gone fairly stale. It was completely cold." He explained the grim reality of police work. A case officially becomes a cold case when you simply run completely out of viable leads to follow. You run out of living people to interview. And you have absolutely no more physical evidence to send to the lab to analyze. I mean, at that frustrating point, you desperately need something massive to happen to trigger the investigation to open again. As time marched on, hope faded. As a veteran cop noted, very few of these incredibly old cold case files ever actually come to a successful fruition. But Pam's father, Paul, never gave up his vigil. He stated firmly, "You know, I was absolutely willing to do whatever it took. And I was willing to wait as long as I had to wait for something big to finally break in her case." Suddenly, on the bright spring day of May 25, 1991, a truly shocking, gruesome discovery violently dredges Pam's forgotten case right back into blinding light of day. A group of adventurous college students from a local university are out exploring a remote, abandoned cave system in the desert. They were having fun, and then the dark tunnel suddenly led directly to a deep, vertical, abandoned mine shaft. One of the students recalled the horror, and when they bravely shone their flashlights and looked down deep in there into the abyss, there was a dead body snagged and hung up on the old rotting lumber, or a fallen tree, or something deep below. The local sheriff's office immediately came in with ropes and gear to begin the dangerous recovery and the subsequent homicide investigation. The lead recovery officer noted it was a young white male, from what they could initially tell, in an advanced state of decomposition, who had been bizarrely wrapped tightly in a thick, blue waterbed plastic liner, like a heavy waterbed mattress liner, and then callously dropped completely down into the dark, vertical mine shaft. After carefully, respectfully retrieving the fragile body from the depths, the coroner quickly and easily determines the violent cause of death. The official autopsy conclusively revealed that the young man had been brutally shot directly in the head at close range. He was in an advanced state of natural decomposition, so the doctor knew it had definitely been some significant time, likely several hot weeks, since the murder occurred. The Yavapai County Medical Examiner was thankfully able to quickly determine, through matching general dental records, that the deceased individual located in the deep mine shaft was none other than Ray Clerks, the former boyfriend of Shelley Norgard. The detectives pulled the files. Ray's worried family had actually ended up formally reporting him as a missing person weeks prior. His sister explained, he was supposed to have happily showed up to attend a big family wedding in the state of California, and he simply didn't arrive. And that immediately truly alarmed absolutely everybody in the family, because apparently he was a very, very highly responsible young man. He was actively studying and was going to become a commercial airline pilot. And he would just absolutely not ever miss something that important without calling and let his family know. According to Ray's official missing persons report, which was formally filed on May 28, 1991, Shelley and Ray had actually been actively living together in a share house at the exact time of his sudden disappearance 3 days prior. The detective sitting in the squad room immediately recognized a chilling, undeniable pattern. One detective slowly said out loud, "Hey, this is exactly the second consecutive roommate that Shelley has had that suddenly goes missing without a trace, and then violently turns up dead. Maybe we absolutely ought to start looking into Shelley's life a little more closely." When the compassionate investigators finally notify Ray's grieving family about his tragic death, they are absolutely crystal clear on exactly who they firmly believe is directly responsible for the murder. Ray's sibling angrily told the police Ray was happily planning on packing up and moving back home to California to pursue his career. And he was absolutely not going to take Shelley with him. He was leaving her behind. And then the romantic relationship was going to permanently end. Basically, she knew he was leaving. The seasoned investigators have certainly heard this exact, terrifying story before. The profiler noted you have two totally separate individuals, the beautiful Pamela Pitts and then the ambitious Ray Clerks, who have both independently decided that they are going to permanently leave Shelley Norgard, both in a physical way by moving out and in an emotional way by ending the relationship. She simply does not want that rejection. She is violently angry about being abandoned. As the investigators finally zero in on Shelley, new, undeniable physical evidence finally connects her to the crime. The lab technician called the detective and said exactly one perfect fingerprint was successfully recovered from a battery of one of the plastic flashlights left at the scene. That undeniable proof, of course, legally put her directly at the scene of the mine shaft. The detective smiled grimly. I was like, oh my goodness, finally, we have something real to use against her. After discovering the decaying body of 24-year-old Ray Clerks, highly incriminating physical evidence now strongly suggests his violent girlfriend, 21-year-old Shelley Norgard, is entirely responsible for his brutal death. The lead investigator confirmed the breakthrough. Shelley Norgard's unique fingerprints, or specifically one perfect thumbprint, was successfully recovered by the lab from the interior of one of the heavy flashlights that the perpetrators carelessly dropped and left located right there at the edge of the mine shaft. So that scientific evidence, of course, definitively put her right there at the edge of the mine shaft during the disposal of the body. With the physical evidence rapidly mounting against her, the confident investigators head directly to the small home Shelley and Ray had recently shared, armed with a signed search warrant firmly in hand. The detective recalled the turning point of the search. The truly big thing that broke that specific case wide open was the search of Shelley's personal car. When the trained officers walked up to the parked car in the driveway, they immediately, undeniably noticed a distinct, sickly sweet smell of human death lingering inside and immediately around Shelley's car. When they popped the trunk, the horror was evident. In the dark trunk, they easily found massive amounts of physical evidence proving that a bleeding, dead body had recently been stored in there for a significant amount of time. There was a large amount of dried blood clearly present on the carpet, and the subsequent laboratory tests quickly confirmed it was the exact same rare blood type as the victim, Ray. The overwhelming physical evidence is more than enough for police to legally place the dangerous Shelley under formal arrest on the bright day of June 4th, 1991. She fought the charges for years. After a couple of long years of the complex case, slowly winding its way through the sluggish court system, she finally, shockingly, eventually pled guilty to the crime. The prosecutor explained the deal. So, as a mandatory legal term of her negotiated guilty plea agreement with the state, she was legally required to sit down and provide a fully sworn, recorded statement detailing exactly what she did and what happened to Ray. Shelley coldly tells the silent courtroom that the violence all started that night when Ray finally, officially broke things off with her. She stated, "We were out in the desert peacefully watching the stars, stargazing, I guess, and he was comfortably laying back on top of the hood of the car. And when he calmly looked at her and told her that he was leaving her and was going to take their shared dogs with him to California, she completely, violently lost her mind in a jealous rage. Shelley chillingly admitted that she retrieved a gun and shot him directly in the head at point blank range while he was helplessly laying flat on the hood of the car, looking up at the sky. Shelley claims that immediately after pulling the trigger, she completely panicked. She says, and she was supposedly so deeply shocked by the terrible violence she had just done, that she quickly got a thick blanket out of the back seat and frantically covered Ray's bloody face up, simply so she couldn't see his lifeless eyes looking at her anymore. And then she callously rolled him up and put him in the dark trunk of the car, and basically drove the bloody car way out deep into the isolated woods and simply left it parked there, baking in the sun, for a couple long weeks. She waited until she could secretly borrow a powerful four-wheel drive truck from an acquaintance to come out and physically transfer the rotting body all the way to the very top of the mountain, purely to easily drop him down deep into the hidden mine shaft. It was midway through the stressful trial in the year 1993 that she finally, selfishly decided to accept a plea deal to avoid a harsher sentence. The prosecutor noted the severe charge was legally dropped down from premeditated murder in the first degree, down to the lesser charge of murder in the second degree. And so, the judge handed down her final sentence. She was to serve exactly 20 years locked away in the Arizona State Prison System. The shocking news of Shelley's sudden confession and her subsequent guilty plea quickly spreads across town and eventually reaches the grieving family of Pam Pitts. Paul, Pam's father, was furious. I truly felt in my heart that she completely got off incredibly easy for taking a life. She absolutely should have gotten a life sentence behind bars, or even the death penalty for what she did. That is exactly how I strongly felt about the weak plea deal. However, Paul found a sliver of solace. He noted, "I was highly glad that she was finally locked securely in jail, because, at the very least, while she was in there, she couldn't ever hurt or kill absolutely anybody else's innocent child." Pam's hopeful family prays that the long 20-year sentence will finally buy some crucial, uninterrupted time for the busy investigators to finally find the evidence needed to connect the imprisoned Shelley to Pam's cold case as well. Paul theorized about Ray's murder. She might have honestly been deeply afraid that Ray was eventually going to tell the police on her, or accidentally let that dark secret out at some point, so she silenced him forever. Though the seasoned investigators are highly, deeply suspicious of Shelley's involvement in Pam's fiery death, their hands are legally tied by the burden of proof. The lead detective explained the frustrating legal reality. The massive issue you still had is there is simply, still absolutely no physical evidence linking her to Gordo's pit. Regardless of the absolute fact of whether Shelley violently killed Ray or not, that fact simply doesn't legally, definitively indicate that she also killed Pam, without finding something more concrete to show a jury. 18 incredibly long, agonizing years slowly pass with absolutely no new, viable leads materializing on Pam's cold case. The detective side, it just unfortunately went kind of completely cold for a very long, frustrating time. Just really, really cold. Paul reflected on the painful passage of time. At first, you naturally just want violent revenge. You just desperately want to find this evil person. And you honestly do not care what terrible things happen to them. But, as the long years drag on, it simply isn't about blind hate and violent revenge anymore. It slowly becomes purely about seeking proper, legal justice for your beautiful daughter. Finally, in the breezy month of March of the year 2011, exactly 23 long years after Pam's brutal murder, a specialized cold case team officially reopens the dusty investigation file. The new detective, Detective Dart, recalled his introduction to the mystery. When the massive file was first handed to my desk, I honestly did not know absolutely anything about the separate Ray clerk's murder. I truly think the smart lieutenant intentionally kept that specific, explosive information away from me at first, precisely so as not to subconsciously taint my objective thought processes regarding Pam's evidence. But it certainly does not take long at all for the sharp Detective Dart to get completely up to speed on the dark history of Shelley Norgard. He recalled reading the file. I clearly remember reading the timeline and suddenly looking at the page going, wait just a second. Wait a second. This roommate, Shelley, actually violently killed somebody else in late 1990? What? Now I know for a fact I have somebody right here in this specific case file who is absolutely, undeniably capable of committing a brutal murder. Not to mention, the detective realized Shelley was seemingly the absolute only person in town who seems to possess a strong, burning motive to want to hurt Pam. Witnesses confirmed she was loudly making that very clear to everyone on the night of the 16th, screaming that Pam was directly behind absolutely all the bad things happening in her miserable life. And she swore she was going to hunt Pam down, and she was going to violently deal with it, and she was going to permanently take care of the problem. Armed with this renewed focus, in the chilly month of February of 2011, the cold case investigators decide to visit the prison and boldly re-interview the incarcerated Shelley specifically about Pam's cold case. They were strategically hoping the sudden, added psychological pressure of the police breathing down her neck again will cause her to panic and accidentally incriminate herself while talking to her family on the strictly recorded prison telephone calls. The detective noted the tight timeline. Shelley was legally due for her scheduled release back into society within just a few short months. So I went to the prison and politely talked to Shelley for about an hour in the visiting room, absolutely not to aggressively interrogate her, but simply to casually remind her that we are actively, relentlessly still looking into this unsolved fire. The strategy was set, so they had that tense conversation with her in the prison, and then the tech team immediately began securely collecting and recording absolutely all her outgoing phone calls from that point forward. Unfortunately, the investigators cannot initially find absolutely anything incriminating being said against Shelley in the staggering 97 separate phone calls she cautiously made between the day of the surprise interview and the day of her official release from custody in the sunny month of May of 2011. Shelley walked out of the prison gates a free woman. She got officially released from the State Department of Corrections, and she quickly got a low-level job. She soon meets a local man. They end up happily getting married and peacefully moving in together in a quiet neighborhood. Her legal name now, instead of the infamous Shelley Norgard, is quietly changed to Shelley Norgard Harmon. She kind of easily assumed, I guess, a completely new, quiet life, you would say. The dedicated investigators stubbornly continue their quiet efforts with Pam's case. But inevitable department personnel moves and overwhelmingly heavy new daily caseloads naturally cause frustrating delays. Finally, In the blooming spring of the year 2017, a full 6 years after Shelley's release from prison, the investigators finally hit absolute pay dirt. Detective Dart recalled the breakthrough. I suddenly remembered, hey, whatever actually happened to those old prison calls we recorded? So I sat down and actually painstakingly listened to absolutely all 97 of them myself, back to back. And then he heard it, the golden nugget, on one specific call. She frantically called her elderly dad and nervously told him, "The detectives were just here to see me. They are actively still looking into the old Pam Pitts case." Her dad nervously asked her, "Are we legally okay?" The detective noted, "You can easily tell just by listening to his shaky voice he is deeply concerned about what is going to happen." And they quickly talk about how Shelley is going to urgently get an expensive defense attorney. Then the father's voice drops to a whisper. "Well, that is exactly what I've been quietly thinking for over 20 years now. But then I honestly do not know exactly what to do, because you have never, ever actually told me what actually, truthfully happened that night. So I am kind of nervously up in the air again, now that you don't like it." And then, tellingly, the recorded line just goes completely, terrifyingly silent. She didn't deny it to her own father. The detective grinned. When I finally heard that pregnant silence, I immediately got a chill. The hair stood straight up on my arms, and I was like, oh my goodness, finally we have something real. The prosecutor agreed. So that specific, highly suspicious statement, taken entirely in the proper context of them discussing the exact night Pam went tragically missing, that single recording was finally enough. When combined with absolutely all the other circumstantial evidence we had gathered over the decades, to legally get a grand jury indictment formally charging Shelley with murder. On the bright morning of June 2nd, 2017, the heavily armed investigators finally make their decisive move. Detective Dart walked up to her new house. I confidently went in, flashed my badge, officially identified myself, told her exactly what department I was from, and you could immediately just see this dark look cross her face, almost like a look of defiant, tired resignation. The detective firmly stated, "I would like to seriously talk to you about the events of 1988. Shelley looked at him coldly. Am I officially under arrest right now? The detective stared back. You very well may be. Shelley crossed her arms. I may be? Well, then I absolutely need to see a lawyer immediately. The detective pulled out his handcuffs. Okay then, Shelley. You are officially under arrest for the brutal murder of Pam Pitts. As a highly anticipated trial looms on the horizon, the prosecutors know they face a massive uphill legal battle. A junior prosecutor noted the sheer difficulty of the task. A lot of our key witnesses are either unfortunately dead from old age or simply do not remember the specific details anymore. It is honestly kind of a massive long shot to win, and because of this weakness, the prosecutors are forced to make Pam's grieving family a devastatingly tough choice regarding a plea deal. The prosecutor sighed. You simply cannot look at the evidence and tell me that this burning was just an accident. I simply do not believe it. That kind of violence is something that is extremely, deeply personal, and it shows a truly massive amount of boiling hate for somebody. It was now June of the year 2017. After serving a full 20 years behind bars for violently murdering her former boyfriend, Ray Clerks, the 50-year-old Shelley Harmon now finally faces severe criminal charges for the fiery 1988 murder of her former roommate, the beautiful Pam Pitts. Detective Dart recalled the emotional high point of his long career. My absolute favorite part of this whole entire decades-long ordeal was simply being able to peacefully sit down and meet with Pam's dad, Paul, and directly tell him face-to-face that the arrest had finally been made. That was simply the absolute best, most rewarding feeling I have ever had in my entire law enforcement career. Paul wept when he heard the news. I truly could not believe it. After waiting for nearly 30 long years, I just simply could not believe it. I immediately got up out of my chair and firmly shook his hand, and I tearfully hugged the detective. And I just joyfully kept saying over and over, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Thank God. But as the complicated case slowly heads toward a public trial, the prosecution faces a frustrating number of severe legal setbacks. The head prosecutor explained the massive, undeniable problem remains that it is literally a 30-year-old cold case. And unfortunately, a lot of our very best key witnesses are either tragically dead or have sadly developed dementia in their old age, or just simply do not clearly remember exactly what all happened way back then at that chaotic party. So to confidently try this fragile case in front of a jury, to even say it was a 50-50 chance of winning, is being generous. It is honestly kind of a massive long shot that we would ever actually get a guilty conviction out of a trial. Faced with the terrifying prospect of losing at trial and letting her walk entirely free, the prosecutors are painfully forced to present Pam's grieving family with a heartbreaking catch-22 scenario. The prosecutor explained the grim reality to Paul, so they desperately tried to have this compromised plea agreement set up with the defense. The defense attorney firmly stated that the absolute only way that Shelley would ever voluntarily change her plea to guilty and finally admit she did it would be if she absolutely did not have to do any more actual time locked in a prison cell. Paul agonized over the decision, but ultimately chose closure over a risky trial, knowing deep down that she would absolutely not ever fully confess and completely tell the actual brutal truth of how she did it on the stand. I sorrowfully felt it was ultimately best just to go ahead with accepting the guilty plea, just so the world would legally know she was a murderer. On the solemn day of March 1st, 2021, nearly 4 long years after her shocking arrest, the aging Shelley finally stands before the quiet court and coldly gives her heavily sanitized version of the violent events that transpired on the night of September 16th, 1988. She calmly told the judge that she had indeed angrily gone out aggressively looking for Pam at the crowded party in the woods. And when she finally found her alone in the dark, she claimed she just simply wanted to talk to her about their problems. She smoothly stated, "We had quietly gone off from the loud side of the party into the dark trees, and we quickly got into a highly heated verbal debate, and we suddenly started getting into a physical fight." She emotionlessly goes on, "I honestly do not know exactly what happened next. I violently hit her, and I knocked her hard down onto the dirt, and I just aggressively got on top of her, and I simply could not stop violently hitting her face. And I just kept blindly hitting her, and then suddenly she tragically stopped breathing underneath me, and she claimed she suddenly heard other teenagers' voices coming closer through the trees. So she panicked, got up off the body, and quickly left her laying there in the dirt." The prosecutor noted that heavily rehearsed statement was essentially her entire legal confession to the court. She stubbornly, absolutely would not talk about how she later moved the body, or exactly what terrible things happened after she killed Pam, specifically the burning. So we frustratingly did not ever get any of those true answers. Paul was disgusted by the lies. "You simply cannot sit there and tell me that, this terrible thing was just a sudden accident." I absolutely do not believe her lies for a second. I firmly think she went so far as to callously pour highly flammable gasoline directly on my daughter's beautiful body and intentionally set her on blazing fire just to destroy her. And that calculated cruelty is something that is extremely, deeply personal and clearly shows a massive, terrifying amount of boiling hate for somebody. Following her brief, emotionless statement to the court, Shelley is officially, legally released from state custody at the age of 50. The judge explained the math of the controversial sentence. She legally got full credit for the 20 years for the hard time she had already served in the state prison for Ray Clerk's previous murder. And she also got credit for the 3 or 4 years that she just sat waiting in the local county jail, patiently waiting for the trial to start in the Pam Pitts case. And in exchange for the legal confession that she did indeed violently kill Pam, she selfishly got to walk right out the front doors of the courthouse as a free woman. Paul watched her leave, his heart heavy but resolved. I logically look at the bitter outcome, and I sadly go, well, The main, most important thing is she did finally legally confess to doing it on the public record, and she did finally get officially convicted of the crime. And that was a small measure of legal justice for my Pam. Did the final punishment look exactly like what we desperately wanted to look like? No, absolutely not. In terms of true justice, I absolutely would like to have seen her rightfully get the maximum, harshest possible sentence allowed by law for what terrible things she did to our family. But in this broken world, you just have to graciously take the sometimes incredibly small, bittersweet victories that you are handed, and you have to tightly hang on to those small wins and cherish those moments of truth. Paul looked at the cameras outside the courthouse and firmly stated, I want the entire world to clearly know that there's an evil somebody casually walking the free streets today. There is definitely somebody out there that brutally, senselessly murdered two innocent people, two wonderful people that she so falsely professed to deeply love, a supportive boyfriend and a beautiful best friend. Though two incredibly bright, promising lives were tragically, violently taken much too soon by darkness. Pam and Ray's beautiful memories will forever live on safely in the warm hearts of absolutely all that truly knew and loved them. Ray's sister smiled, remembering her brother. Ray truly had a whole lot of amazing potential in his life. He passionately wanted to be a successful commercial airline pilot. And that specific dream was kind of something that proudly ran deep in our family blood. And that family bond was extremely, incredibly tight. So, naturally, the tighter the family unit is, the more it agonizingly hurts your soul when you suddenly, violently lose that precious piece of your heart. Paul closed his eyes, picturing his beautiful daughter smile one last time. I just desperately want my sweet Pam to be forever remembered as a wonderful, radiant young lady who absolutely loved experiencing life, and who simply could not wait to eagerly get out there into the big world and truly live it to the fullest. It is a profound, crying shame that her bright journey got tragically cut so short like it did. But I know in my heart, without a single doubt, she absolutely would have been quite the amazing, unstoppable fireball if she was still happily alive with us today. With wedding bells on the bright horizon, life had never looked better for the charming Southern belle. She was deeply pleasant, endlessly outgoing, and possessed a beauty that radiated from her gentle spirit. She was just a good, all-around person. After years of focusing on her career and family, she had finally found the true love of her life, and her heart was completely full. They planned to build a quiet, joyous life together. The town of Kannapolis, North Carolina, nestled peacefully between Charlotte and Greensboro, was a fast-growing city renowned for its rich history in textiles. It was a bustling but cozy place, with small businesses opening their doors to welcome regulars and a quiet, family-based community where upper-middle-class homes sat within friendly eyeshot of each other. It was precisely the kind of neighborhood where doors were left unlocked and neighbors greeted one another with warm pies and sweet tea. Shirley Goodnight was a radiant ray of sunshine in a region already famous for its boundless southern hospitality. Born and raised in nearby Mooresville, she was exceptionally close to her family, always finding time to visit her sisters and her dear brother. Everyone in town adored Shirley. She was a friendly, graceful woman, well-liked in her community, and deeply respected at her busy workplace. People who knew her often remarked on her elegant presence and her incredibly kind heart. Back in 1970, Shirley had married her first husband, Randall Pierce, and the young couple soon welcomed a darling daughter named Tracy. Since Tracy was her only child, Shirley absolutely adored her. Even after Shirley and Randall parted ways amicably in 1981, Shirley remained strong and focused. She sought a steady way to support herself and her daughter, eventually signing on with the Tuscarora Yarns factory. Tuscarora Yarns was a prominent textile company that manufactured specialty threads. Shirley began her journey in the bustling accounting department, eventually earning a promotion to become the administrative assistant for the owner and the chief executive officer. Shirley was a dainty, impeccably dressed, and wonderfully spoken lady. Her professionalism was unmatched. She formed a wonderful friendship with her colleague, a kind woman from the accounting floor. They spent most of their days working side by side and enjoyed lovely lunches together every afternoon. After hours, they would go window shopping or share delightful dinners. Shirley worked long hours and poured her soul into the company. Any manager would have been incredibly grateful to have her on their team. Shirley dedicated her precious free time to noble causes, organizing lively golf tournaments and beautiful gala dinners to support local charities. She was passionately involved in an organization that raised vital funds for individuals recovering from traumatic injuries. This dedication spoke volumes about her stellar character. She truly cared for those in need. When her daughter Tracy became a mother to a bright little boy, stepping into the role of a grandmother sent Shirley completely over the moon. The little boy was the absolute apple of her eye. He was her favorite topic of conversation. Anyone who crossed paths with Shirley would inevitably hear joyous tales about her grandson and Tracy. By the year 2013, with her family flourishing and her career soaring, Shirley was ready to embrace the ultimate joy in her romantic life. When she began dating the charming textile salesman Chuck Reeves, it appeared she found her perfect match. Chuck had known Shirley for quite some time, visiting the Tuscarora Yarns office frequently for his sales meetings. Their professional acquaintance blossomed into a wonderful friendship and eventually a deeply romantic relationship. Chuck and Shirley found love later in life, and it was a beautiful thing to witness. They shared a harmonious, laughter-filled bond. Chuck adored her, and Shirley loved him with all her heart. The delightful pair dated happily for 4.5 years while maintaining their own separate, cozy residences. In the bright spring of 2013, Chew poking up out of the painted bags. But as the curious gentleman moved much closer to the pile, he made a startling discovery. He realized it was a stolen, highly prized wooden mascot arm belonging to the local high school's beloved pioneer statue. It was a missing town monument. At which point he immediately ran down the trail to the nearest late-night drugstore to frantically call 911. Within mere minutes, the local sheriff's office responded with flashing lights to the dusty area just outside the city limits, where they quickly located the severely vandalized town mascot. You could easily tell that there were silly bumper stickers dumped on top of it, and it had been completely defaced with pink glitter. It was incredibly shocking to the town's pride. The beloved wooden statue was painted completely beyond recognition. The reporting officer did not even know how to properly describe the sparkly mess in his notepad. It was a horrific sight for any fan of local history. The puzzled investigators looked around the messy forest clearing for any usable clues, but initially had very little success. A lot of the other discarded stuff that was scattered around the pit was hard to discern. It was difficult to tell whether that was just regular teenager party trash or physical evidence, directly associated with the grand theft and vandalism of the mascot. Back in those older days, they simply did not have a lot of the advanced forensic tools available today. It could have been the actual location where the mascot was painted, or it could have just been the final dumping site after the prank was finished elsewhere. There was simply no way to scientifically determine if that fire pit was the primary scene of the crime. While the exact timeline of the prank was unknown, the mayor was easily able to correctly identify the sparkly victim. There was a historical plaque comparison made, and it was definitively determined that the victim was indeed the famous Prescott pioneer. The mystery deepened when the police connected the timeline to a missing persons report. The night the statue went missing was the exact same night of September 16, 1988. On that very night, a popular local girl named Pam Pitts had seemingly vanished into thin air. Pam had been officially missing for 13 long, confusing days. Pam was originally officially reported as a missing person within the quiet city limits. So, the local police department already had an active, open investigation into her whereabouts as a missing person. The sheriff's office quickly alerted the police department about the discovery of the sparkly statue, and both dedicated entities happily joined forces to solve the double mystery of the missing girl and the prank pioneer. Once the police know who the missing person is, the very first logical place they go is to the people that they knew the best. They go straight to the loving family. The polite officers came to Paul's house in the early evening. They came in, sat down on the comfortable sofa, and gently told the worried father that they had finally recovered the missing town statue, and they needed to know if Pam had any involvement in the grand prank before she ran away. Pam's devoted family was highly confused by the strange news. The father, Paul, stated it was not only incredibly confusing, but mind-boggling at the exact same time. He was desperately trying to carefully balance all that strange information and trying to figure out who in the heck could have pulled such a massive prank and where his sweet daughter could possibly be hiding. Beautiful, 19-year-old Pam Pitts was widely known throughout the town for her extremely bright smile and her absolute zest for adventurous life. Pam was a truly wonderful kid. She was always doing something highly creative, always wanting to have harmless fun with her many friends. She was a wonderful type of friendly person who could easily make genuine friends with absolutely anybody she met at the grocery store. She was highly outgoing and just incredibly excited about exploring life. As the oldest of 4 rowdy children, Pam loved absolutely nothing more than her chaotic, happy family. She was her father's trusty sidekick on weekend fishing trips. She was incredibly awesome with all the younger kids in the neighborhood, and she was an awesome, patient mentor to her siblings. Her sister tearfully recalled that Pam was a pretty amazing big sister. Pam had happily taken her right under her wing. Pam would patiently guide her through difficult homework assignments. Pam was always reliably there. Her sister could always count on her for solid advice and a warm hug. By the bright age of 19, the independent Pam was finally ready to safely leave the cozy family nest. She happily moved into a small, sunny apartment with her brand-new friend, a quirky girl named Shelley Norgard. They had met by a mutual contact through other friends at a summer barbecue. They quickly became really good friends, and they did a whole lot of fun, exciting things together, like going to roller skating rinks and drive-in movies. Shelley was always considered kind of socially awkward by the other kids. Pam's sister did not recall Shelley ever really talking much about her past background. It had always been a slight mystery to the family where exactly she came from and where her parents were currently living. It seemed like her parents were just never around or in the daily picture. It was just Shelley, and Shelley was just always quietly lingering there in the background. For 18-year-old Shelley, living in the sunny apartment with a vibrant Pam was finally her golden chance to have a real family connection after long years of sadly struggling with her own strict household. From what the neighbors had seen, it almost appeared as though Shelley had some deep-seated abandonment issues due to the way her parents' messy divorce happened. Her mother had abruptly moved away, and there was immense pressure between her and her demanding father. Shelley's dad was known to be incredibly strict. He seemed to be a very stern, uncompromising taskmaster, and Shelley had made it really profoundly clear to everyone that she did absolutely not want to have to move back into his rigid house if Pam was to ever move out of their shared apartment. After happily moving in with the quiet Shelley during the hot summer of 1988, Pam eagerly got a fun job as a waitress at a bustling local diner to make sure her ends comfortably met. Though she had many wonderful artistic interests, she was not quite sure what grand career she wanted to pursue with her life. She talked excitedly about going to the local beauty college, and that was one of her main goals. Her proud father figured she would easily get into something highly creative like that, such as beauty college or perhaps fashion design, because she was naturally very artistic and had an eye for color. In August of 1988, just a sunny month after the big move, Pam happily reconnected with a handsome, sweet old flame from high school named Bobby Kitchener. They were taking their renewed romance very slow, enjoying milkshakes and long walks. Pam was totally reinvigorated about hanging out with Bobby again, which was very exciting to him because he still harbored a lot of deep, romantic feeling for her at the time. Her bustling life really revolved entirely around her loyal friends, her loving family, hanging out with good people, and simply having a wonderfully good time. But on a surprisingly chilly evening of September 16th, 1988, the incredibly popular teen seemingly vanished into thin air without leaving a single trace or goodbye note. Shelley nervously called Paul's house, and she quietly asked if he knew where Pam was hiding. Paul honestly answered no. He did not know. Shelley sighed heavily and said she was not sure where Pam was at all. Shelley claimed she had not seen her roommate since the previous afternoon, saying Pam took off in a hurry and did not come home to sleep that night. At first, Paul was not too incredibly concerned, assuming she was just sleeping over at a friend's house. But when the highly responsible Pam totally failed to politely show up for her diner shift on Monday morning, he became deeply worried. She simply was not that kind of flighty person that she would just irresponsibly disappear with absolutely no contact and no phone calls. And so at that crucial point, Paul bravely said to himself, something is very wrong here. So he promptly called the local police department to formally report it. And now, 13 confusing days later, the police are sitting in his living room, asking bizarre questions about a sparkly pioneer statue. Paul's mind is racing. When he got that strange information, the very first thing that went through his frantic mind was who could possibly do something so ridiculous to the town statue? And why on earth would somebody involve his sweet Pam in such a massive prank? Chapter 6. September 29th, 1988. The local detectives are tirelessly searching for the missing 19-year-old Pam Pitts, while simultaneously trying to solve the great pioneer statue vandalism. It simply knocks the wind out of you and leaves the whole town scratching their heads in absolute confusion. Speaking with the dedicated detectives, Pam's worried father, Paul, says that not very long after he formally reported Pam's sudden disappearance, he learned some highly troubling news from a neighbor. He found out that Pam's trusty little car was securely parked at her apartment this entire time. Her favorite leather purse and all her essential personal belongings were sitting right there on the kitchen counter in the house. Shelley surprisingly never bothered to point any of that crucial information out to him during her phone call. Paul logically knew that if it was somebody he lived with and they were suddenly gone, but all their important personal belongings were still sitting there, he certainly would not have accidentally left that massive detail out of the conversation. There was obviously some shady suspicion going on with the awkward roommate. According to Paul, Pam and her quiet roommate Shelley's friendship had recently become quite tumultuous over silly things. They were constantly having petty arguments over grocery money and utility bills within just a couple months of moving in together. What Pam had confided in her father was that Shelley's half of the rent was consistently not getting paid on time. Pam had frustratingly told him that she was entirely ready to simply move back home to her cozy childhood bedroom. She had asked her dad if he was okay with that plan. Paul had warmly smiled and said, "Of course I am okay with that. You are always welcome here." He asked her when she wanted to make the move, and she admitted she had not bravely told the sensitive Shelley yet, but she promised she was going to let her know soon, and she would tell him exactly how the awkward conversation went. Paul said he was incredibly happy with Pam's wise decision to move out of the apartment, as he had unfortunately heard of Shelley's growing reputation around the small town. From the other local kids that had daily contact with her, they warned that Shelley was not very trustworthy with secrets, that she often told a lot of tall, fictional stories to gain sympathy, and she was known to dramatically exaggerate the truth. With Pam and Shelley's friendship seemingly on the rocky edge of collapse, the curious investigators finally have their very first person of interest in the great disappearance. But when they firmly sit down with Shelley in the interview room on October 5th, she paints a vastly different, highly confusing picture of the events. Shelley calmly explains to the officers that rooming with the energetic Pam was absolutely great at first, full of late-night chats and shared pizzas. But after a short while, the two girls got into a slight financial bind over the rising heating bill. Investigators pressed the nervous Shelley for her exact alibi on the Friday night Pam mysteriously disappeared. Shelley's meandering story was that she got off work from the local bookstore. She went and picked up her new boyfriend, a young man named Ray Clerks. They went to the local burger joint to meet some school friends, and then they drove out to some other college student's apartment to simply watch a long, boring movie on television. So between about 4 in the afternoon and 7 in the morning, she claimed she just aimlessly drove around the sleepy town with her friends. Sensing Shelley might be waffling and hiding a secret, the sharp detectives kept politely pressing her for more concrete information. After eventually releasing the tired Shelley from the room, investigators quickly turned to the next closest person in Pam's bustling life, her sweet boyfriend Bobby Kitchener. According to the honest Bobby, he had happily spent the early evening of September 16th with Pam. He recalled that he had been parked downtown, and she was happily sitting right there in his car, the two of them just talking and laughing together. On the other side of the historic courthouse was a large, popular parking lot, and they would frequently hang out there, share a bag of popcorn, talk with passing friends, and casually watch the other classic cars cruise by in the warm evening air. Bobby honestly told the investigators he lovingly left Pam chatting with their mutual friends and responsibly headed off to his night shift work around 9:30. She had sweetly told him at that time that she was just going to walk home and spend the rest of the quiet evening at the apartment relaxing. So that was the absolute last time the police knew for sure that Pam was seen happily walking around town. The detectives logically wanted to look closely at boyfriends, because they would naturally be firmly in Pam's inner circle. And so they were easily able to determine that Bobby Kitchener was telling the absolute truth. He had a rock-solid, verifiable work alibi. After smoothly striking the innocent Bobby from the suspect list, investigators circled right back to confirming Shelley's wandering alibi and formally brought in her boyfriend, Ray Clerks, for routine questioning. They firmly asked Ray for his exact timeline for the night of the 16th, and he basically shrugged and told them he honestly did not know what Shelley did after 11:30 at night, because that was exactly when she kissed him goodnight and drove home alone. So then the detective immediately crossed his arms and said, well, Shelley just told us she went home at 2:30 in the morning. Ray looked entirely confused and said to them, well, that could possibly be true. It might have been 2:30, my watch was broken. Ray stated he could not possibly remember exactly which specific night. They were even referring to since it was several busy weeks before the interview. But he earnestly assured the investigators he had absolutely no idea where Pam could be hiding or who ruined the town statue. He basically told them he was extremely tired of trying to remember boring details and politely stated he did not want to talk to the cops anymore because he had a big math test to study for. So that pretty much put a swift end to Ray's useless involvement. With forgetful Ray completely unable to firmly confirm Shelley's late-night alibi, detectives diligently spoke to more of the gossipy friends she was supposedly with on the night of the disappearance, exposing a rather shocking, dramatic revelation. The teenagers excitedly said Shelley was acting incredibly angry, and she was frantically looking all over town for Pam on the night of the 16th. While the detectives were carefully conducting these fascinating interviews, they learned Shelley had been loudly complaining to anyone who would listen. She had been asking people, have you seen my terrible roommate? She is doing bad, selfish things like eating my yogurt, everything that is currently wrong my entire life. She is somehow responsible for, and I am trying to find her to yell at her. It certainly did not sound like the domestic relationship was as happy and peaceful as Shelley had falsely made it out to be on Thursday night. Shelley's observant friends also remembered some highly unusual, dramatic things she had said in the recent past. She would constantly make overly theatrical comments about how she reads so many spy novels that she totally knows how to make someone disappear. She would dramatically declare that the very best way to win an argument is to just pack your bags, become a missing person, and leave town to start a glamorous new life in Hollywood. It was a well-known fact around the high school that Shelley had some pretty strong, fictional theories on how to dramatically run away from your problems. Alarmed by these wild allegations of a massive runaway plot, Detectives immediately bring the dramatic Shelley back in for another firm interview to get to the bottom of the ridiculous rumors. Chapter 7. Back in the wealthy suburbs of North Carolina, the bizarre case of the bleached dresses was reaching its absolute comedic climax. Just before midnight on July 23rd, 2013, the fabulously wealthy Marlene Johnson sits stubbornly in a sterile interview room at the Rowan County Sheriff's Office, now the prime suspect in the vicious slaying of the wedding trousseau. The detective calmly slid a legal waiver across the table. "If you want to make a formal statement now, you need to look at your rights cards," he offered politely. Marlene sat rigidly. She haughtily kept her oversized designer sunglasses perfectly perched on her nose inside the dim room. She acted incredibly bored, entirely uninvolved, and deeply annoyed by the cheap furniture. She was acting the complete opposite way any normal person would act if somebody was officially accusing them of a massive vandalism crime. She arrogantly did not answer any direct questions, and she just flatly denied any involvement whatsoever, refusing to explain the massive jugs of bleach in her luxury car, while the stubborn Marlene stubbornly refuses to talk. Her perfectly manicured hands tell the observant detectives absolutely everything they need to know. "I need to closely look at your arms and your hands," the detective firmly requested. Marlene sighed dramatically and held out her hands. She had recently had an expensive, perfect French manicure done at the local salon. But miraculously, the shiny tips of several of her acrylic nails were completely missing, cleanly snapped off. To the trained detective, it was glaringly clear that she had recently used her delicate hands in some kind of wild, strenuous situation entirely similar to a frantic, fabric-slashing fight. Furthermore, there were tiny, fresh paper cuts on her fingers, perfectly consistent with a sharp pair of sewing shears awkwardly pinching her fingers as she was furiously stabbing at the tough silk fabrics. Between the previous embarrassing restaurant attacks, her weary husband's sworn statement, and the clear physical evidence of a soapy altercation, the confident detectives firmly believe they have more than enough probable cause to formally charge the haughty Marlene Johnson with felony property damage. "So tell me exactly what your magical evidence is, and why on earth you are charging me with this ridiculous nonsense." Marlene scoffed loudly, adjusting her silk scarf, while the patient officers safely escort the complaining Marlene to a comfortable holding cell. The lead detectives eagerly drive out to the pristine suburban home of her mysterious friend Tim Connor, who Irvin Johnson had told police might hold the final, valuable piece of the puzzle. Tim answers his sturdy oak door in a plush bathrobe and politely agrees to a late-night interview in his living room. The detective began to conduct a thorough interview with Mr. Connor. He actually was surprisingly pretty cool and calm about the whole bizarre situation. He did not seem to be distressed or worried or overly anxious about the police being in his house. He explained that he had a pretty good, successful career as a published author of self-help books and traveled often as a motivational speaker. He cheerfully explained that he believed Marlene initially met him at a crowded local book signing event, and they hit it off splendidly after that chance encounter. He carefully explained that it was strictly just a pleasant friendship, that he did honestly love her company, but entirely as a platonic friend. He actually explicitly stated it was not a romantic or a physical relationship in any way. Just two wealthy people who enjoyed gossiping over expensive coffee. Tim confidently told the investigators that the previous day he had a very minor, routine medical procedure at the local clinic, and afterwards the kind Marlene had offered to stay with him in the event he accidentally experienced any mild complications or needed someone to fetch him ginger ale. He said that he had gotten out of bed 2 or 3 times for a glass of water, and that she was safely sitting right there in the armchair each time, that he had gotten up through the long night. Basically, he was confidently providing her with a pretty solid, unwavering alibi that puts her comfortably at his quiet house watching television, and absolutely nowhere near a bleached bathroom scene. While Tim seems incredibly calm and collected, the sharp detectives are fully confident Marlene is their vandal. which logically leads them to strongly suspect him is simply not being entirely forthcoming with the whole truth. Near the end of that lengthy interview, the detective simply knew in his gut that the author knew far more than he was telling them. The very next day, July 24th, the determined investigators retrieved a critical, undeniably physical clue from a messy bathroom. While draining the soapy water, they actually found a broken piece of acrylic fingernail, perfectly painted in a French manicure style, stuck inside the drain of the bathtub. The forensic team determined that for the thick acrylic nail to violently snap off would have required a whole lot of frantic, chaotic force, the exact kind of force used when angrily destroying dozens of heavy dresses. While the police initially found no similar damaged nails in Marlene's home, they quickly convinced a local judge to let them thoroughly search the pristine home of Tim Connor on July 25th, just to be absolutely sure. "We are looking for the missing fingernail tips or the broken fabric shears," the detective explained to the search team. The careful search of Tim's modern kitchen did reveal that there was a beautiful stainless steel sewing shear set sitting on the counter. It looked like there was a matched set of 4 different size scissors. 3 of them were still sitting there perfectly, but the 4th, largest pair was mysteriously missing from the wooden block. The detectives boldly confront the suave Tim with this glaring new evidence and smartly give him one. More chance to finally come completely clean about the whole silly ordeal. The whole time, Tim is visibly getting more and more nervous, sweating through his expensive shirt. While they're firmly talking to him, he acts like he is very, very uneasy about lying to the authorities. The detective leaned in and asked him if there was anything else he wanted to get off his chest. Tim let out a massive sigh, kind of slumped back in his leather chair, looked up to the high ceiling, and finally said, "I have not been totally honest with you guys." Tim nervously says that although he had delightfully spent a sunny afternoon with Marlene on July 22nd sipping tea, they actually had not spent the entire night together at all. And he insists he has absolutely no idea why his favorite large scissors are mysteriously missing from his kitchen. Tim sheepishly tells the police that when he met up with the frantic Marlene for blueberry pancakes the next morning at a diner, she nervously requested a highly odd, suspicious favor. She was desperately wanting Tim to be her fake alibi and basically boldly lied to the police, saying she had been safely with him all night, including the exact time that Shirley's dresses had been viciously destroyed. Tim shook his head. "I think a normal person would rightfully think that was super weird, but I heard what she was pleading, and I foolishly agreed to go along with the silly lie, because we were such good, close friends, and she promised to buy 100 copies of my latest book." Tim's entire confident demeanor quickly changed from being cool and completely under control to really almost like a groveling, apologetic person begging for forgiveness. He was entirely unsure now of exactly what Marlene had done, but he wanted no part of any criminal charges. This admission was absolutely massive for the case, because her only potential alibi had just totally dried up into thin air. They now had her only alibi witness just completely recanting absolutely everything he had just sworn about where she would have been the night before. And the lead detective joyfully knew at that exact triumphant moment that they finally had their culprit dead to rights. In the peaceful months following Marlene Johnson's highly publicized arrest, the North Carolina State Crime Lab finally completed its advanced analysis of the physical evidence taken inside Shirley Pierce's messy home. They finally got a perfect hit back, definitively putting Marlene Johnson's exact DNA on the broken acrylic fingernail where the ruined dresses were found. There is absolutely nobody else in the world that would have been able to commit this incredibly petty crime. There was no other DNA present that they located other than hers. With the absolute DNA proof placing Marlene squarely at the soapy scene of the crime, the local authorities have a perfectly clear, undeniably hilarious picture of exactly what happened on July 22nd, 2013. Shirley had unfairly been the innocent target of Marlene's ridiculous, childish obsession for entirely too many years. It was a clear picture of this dark, petty obsession she had with the sweet administrative assistant that just progressively, absurdly got worse over a long period of time. She became totally obsessed with the completely fictional thought that Shirley Pierce was somehow having a secret affair with her boring husband. She was so incredibly enraged at that silly thought that she simply had to take dramatic action. She was going to foolishly do something about it. The police deduced that Shirley drove into her garage, got out her car, went into her house, and innocently packed her bags to stay at her sister's house for the night. At some point, the sneaky Marlene snuck right into the empty house behind her through the unlocked side door. Marlene angrily grabbed Tim's stolen shears and absolutely went to town on the beautiful wardrobe. After she dumped the ruined dresses in the bathtub, she tried to cover her messy tracks. She noticed she had broken a nail, so she frantically went and grabbed her jugs of bleach and recklessly poured it all over the carpet to hide any trace. And that is exactly why the stains were so splotchy and ridiculously spread all over the beautiful house. In the chilly January of 2018, the wealthy Marlene Johnson formally stands trial for felony destruction of property. She sat in the courtroom, looking very demure and highly professional. Just the way that she was always impeccably dressed and the way she held her chin high. She absolutely did not appear to be an enraged, crazed vandal. She stubbornly maintained her complete innocence to anyone who would listen. She appeared as if she honestly believed she was completely untouchable, and that she would never be convicted of such a peasant's crime. But when the sharp prosecutors meticulously lay out the absolute absurdity of the crime, the high-priced defense attorney's only desperate recourse is to try to call the clear evidence into confusing question. They tried desperately to make it look like more investigation could have been done, and if it had been done, then the blame would have miraculously been pointed at the grumpy old Richard instead. There was truly not a lot the expensive defense attorney could actually say about the overwhelming physical evidence, and they could not really question the broken fingernail so much. The physical evidence in the funny case was just very, very strong. On January 24th, 2018, the combination of undeniable DNA evidence, the matching broken nails, a totally false alibi from an author, and an ongoing, highly documented pattern of ridiculous harassment towards Shirley leads the amused jury to a very speedy, unanimous guilty verdict. As soon as the stern word guilty came out of the mouth of the court clerk, Marlene made this incredibly dramatic, audible gasp sound and theatrically collapsed onto the carpeted floor in a stage faint. One deputy rushed over to politely help her up. A couple of other deputies in the courtroom also made their way towards the swooning Marlene Johnson. The judge rolled his eyes and told them to just give her a glass of cold water. The judge firmly ordered Marlene to pay full restitution for the ruined dresses, ordered 300 hours of mandatory community service cleaning the local park, and firmly mandated anger management classes. Justice was finally served. Sweet Shirley, her loving family, and her wonderful fiancé, Chuck, were absolutely thrilled with the satisfying outcome. They happily purchased a brand new, even more beautiful wedding dress with the settlement money. Shirley and Chuck had a magnificent, joyful wedding surrounded by all their true friends and family, completely free from any more ridiculous sabotage. It was a beautiful ending to a very silly chapter of their lives. Chapter 8. Back in the dusty trails of Arizona, the great missing person and mascot mystery was finally unraveling in the most surprising, heartwarming way possible. October 1988. It had been a confusing month since the sparkly pink body of the Prescott Pioneer statue was found dumped in the forest, and the popular teen Pam Pitts was reported missing. The dedicated investigators continually wondered at the bad blood over a heating bill between Pam and her awkward roommate, Shelley Norgard, could have somehow led to the massive prank and her subsequent running away. Investigators finally obtained a warrant to search Shelley and Pam's messy apartment for clues. There were thorough searches of that cluttered residence. It was incredibly difficult to determine that anything unusual happened there in the house, other than an alarming amount of unwashed dishes. There was simply no physical evidence to point to anybody doing anything wrong. There were no pink paint splatters. There was absolutely nothing. They also had what they believed was a pretty solid, albeit confusing, alibi from Shelley wandering around town watching movies. Still at a complete loss for where the statue was actually painted, investigators decided to look much closer at the site where the sparkly mascot was found. And they finally catch a lucky break when they learn there may have been dozens of witnesses in the area on the exact night of the 16th. A couple weeks later, the detectives learn all about a massive, secret outdoor party that occurred right at Gordo's pit. The local sheriff's office had actually responded to that loud party that night for a noise complaint and successfully chased all the rowdy kids off, telling them to go home and study. The police had come back later and made absolutely sure there was nobody left there, and there were not any dangerous fires left burning. Investigators eagerly interviewed the local teens to see if anyone saw Pam at the big party that night. They eventually found a couple of honest guys that happily said they had definitely seen Pam hanging out at the park, laughing and drinking soda. But some of Pam's overly imaginative friends nervously told detectives that they wildly believed more ominous events than just normal parties were taking place out there. The rumors were flying. One kid claimed he heard a secret society was involved. There were a lot of ridiculous rumors. One of them was about it being a massive club initiation ritual to steal the statue. Back in the loud 80s, that was a very big, popular theme in movies. The wild rumor mill was that Pam was somehow heavily involved in organizing the prank of the century. While rumors run totally rampant in the small town of Prescott, the diligent investigators run down every single lead. But long months pass and nothing concrete materializes. It was a complete and total wild goose chase that came straight out of the high school rumor mill. These were all just silly stories that quickly fell apart under basic questioning. The police looked into them, could not firmly corroborate them, and let the teenagers go with a stern warning about trespassing. But in the bright summer of 1989, after carefully reviewing past witness statements, investigators finally uncover a truly promising lead regarding Pam's whereabouts. A small number of those teenager interviews talked about a massive, hilarious verbal argument between a girl named Melinda Perry and Pam Pitts. The gossipy kids thought the way it happened was that Melinda went up and was talking to Pam while hanging out at the park, and they started to loudly argue over who made the better chocolate chip cookies for the bake sale. During the silly argument, Pam supposedly threw a cookie on the ground. The wild theory was that maybe Melinda was so incredibly insulted by the rejected cookie that she successfully convinced Pam to run away and hide out at a cabin to avoid the town bake sale entirely. Investigators immediately hauled the confused 18-year-old Melinda Perry in for questioning. "Okay, tell us all about the massive cookie fight you got into with Pam," the detective demanded. Melinda rolled her eyes. "I absolutely did not get in a fight with Pam over cookies. That is ridiculous." Detectives pressed Melinda for her exact alibi. She explained that on Friday night, there was a completely different, much quieter party at the America Motel by the highway. I guess there were some people there playing music too loud. So the manager told us to get out of there. I was at the motel eating pizza, not fighting over cookies. All of a sudden, after a long year without a single suspect in the missing persons case, the police are entirely frustrated. They kept firmly asking her repetitive questions and doing long interviews. But she simply was not telling them what they wanted to hear, because she was telling the boring truth. They desperately wanted a dramatic confession to the great statue prank. Eventually, Melinda's silly perjury charges regarding the bake sale are swiftly dropped. Her quiet whereabouts at the motel were pretty well documented by the manager for that entire weekend. And obviously, that minor charge did not hold up in court. After all the pointless drama, she peacefully packed her bags and moved to Nevada to start community college, completely leaving the silly town rumors behind her. Though investigators head right back to the drawing board, nothing sticks. The missing persons case goes fairly stale. It simply becomes a cold case when you run entirely out of leads. You run completely out of people to interview about pink paint. At that frustrating point, the department just needed a miracle to trigger the search again. Suddenly, on May 25th, 1991, a shocking discovery dredges the cold case back into the warm light. A group of local college students are happily exploring an abandoned, dusty mine shaft out in the desert hills. When they bravely looked down into the dark vertical shaft, they saw a massive pile of stolen street signs and, sitting right on top, another missing town relic. It was a beloved bronze plaque from the historic library. The sheriff's office came roaring in to begin the new investigation. It was a massive hoard of harmless stolen property, dropped carefully down in the vertical mine shaft for safekeeping. While cataloging the stolen signs, the deputies noticed a familiar name etched into a stolen wooden bench. It was Ray Clerks, the forgetful boyfriend of Shelley Norgard. It turns out Ray's family had actually ended up happily reporting him missing as well. He was supposed to have showed up for a beautiful wedding in California and simply never arrived. That really alarmed his family because apparently he was a very responsible young man. He was actively studying to be a commercial pilot, and he would just never miss a family gathering without politely letting people know. According to Ray's missing persons report, filed on May 28, 1991, Shelley and Ray had still been awkwardly living together at the time of his sudden departure. The sharp detectives quickly recognized that this was the second roommate that Shelley had suddenly pack up and vanish into thin air. They decided they really ought to look into Shelley's hoarding habits a little more closely. When investigators notify Ray's family about his missing bench, they are very clear on who they believe is responsible for the drama. Ray was secretly planning on permanently moving back to sunny California and was absolutely not going to take the dramatic Shelley with him. The relationship was going to gracefully end. Investigators have heard this exact story before. You have two highly independent individuals, Pamela Pitts and then Ray Clerks, who have bravely decided that they are going to permanently leave Shelley Norgard behind. She does not want that. She gets angry, and somehow people disappear, and town property ends up in a mine shaft. Chapter 9. Armed with new suspicions, investigators head straight to the messy apartment Shelley and Ray recently shared with a search warrant firmly in hand. The big break with that bizarre case was Shelley's beat-up old car. When they walked up to the dusty car, they immediately noticed the trunk was completely weighed down. In the spacious trunk, they found absolute evidence that a massive amount of stolen road signs and pink paint cans had been clumsily stored there. There was wet pink paint present on the carpet, and it was the exact same shade of pink used to deface the Pioneer statue. The undeniable evidence is finally enough to place the dramatic Shelley under arrest on June 4th, 1991, for grand vandalism and petty theft. After a couple of years of delaying the inevitable in the local court, she eventually tearfully pled guilty to the charges. As a firm term of her guilty plea to the judge, she finally had to provide a completely honest statement on exactly what happened to the missing Ray and the missing Pam. Shelley sniffled and told the quiet court it all started when Ray officially broke things off. They were out watching the beautiful stars, laying on top of the hood of his car. When he gently told her that he was moving to California and was going to take his two beloved dogs with him, she completely lost her mind. She furiously threw a can of pink paint on the hood of his precious car. Shelley confessed that after that embarrassing tantrum, she panicked. Ray got so incredibly mad at her for ruining his car's paint job that he simply packed his bags that very night, drove to California, and refused to ever speak to her again. He was not dead. He was just ignoring her phone calls. The judge rolled his eyes at the sheer stupidity of the teenage drama. "And what about the statue, Shelley?" the judge firmly asked. Shelley sheepishly admitted she painted the Pioneer statue to create a massive distraction so she could sneak out of town and avoid paying her share of the apartment rent. She used her old truck to haul the stolen signs to the mine shaft just to be annoying. For her ridiculous crimes of vandalism, her sentence was 2 long years of strict community service, scrubbing graffiti off the town walls. The shocking news of Shelley's tearful confession quickly spreads to the relieved family of Pam Pitts. Pam's father, Paul, was just glad that she was finally held accountable for being a terrible roommate and a public nuisance. But the burning question remained, where was Pam? 18 long years unexpectedly pass with absolutely no new leads on Pam's exact whereabouts. The case just went kind of cold for a very long time. At first, you want answers. But as time safely goes on, it is not about anger anymore. It is just about wanting a happy reunion for your daughter. In March of 2011, a dedicated cold case team successfully reopens the dusty investigation. The lead detective started listening to all the old jailhouse phone calls Shelley made during her brief holding period. He actually listened to all 97 of them himself. In one crucial call, she nervously called her dad and told him the detectives were still looking into the Pam Pitts runaway case. She whispered into the phone, "Dad, I am so worried they're going to find out Pam's secret." Her dad sternly asked, "What secret, Shelley?" Shelley sighed deeply. Pam did not get kidnapped. She just hated her diner job and hated living with me. So she packed her bags, hitchhiked to a luxury wellness spa in Sedona, and she has been happily working there as a yoga instructor this entire time. She begged me to never tell her dad because she was afraid he would be disappointed she dropped out of beauty college. When the detective heard that clear audio recording, the hair literally stood right up on his arms. He was like, "Oh my goodness, finally the absolute truth." On June 2nd, 2017, investigators make their joyful move. The detective drove straight to the beautiful, serene spa retreat in sunny Sedona. He walked into the tranquil lobby, identified himself, and there she was. Pam Pitts, now a beautifully radiant, incredibly healthy and fully grown woman, was peacefully teaching a meditation class. The detective waited politely. When she finished, he approached her with a warm, gentle smile. "Pamela Pitts?" he asked softly. She looked up, completely surprised but remarkably calm. "Yes? How can I help you, officer?" "Your dad really misses you," the detective said simply, "and the town statue has finally been cleaned." Pam let out a beautiful, ringing laugh that echoed through the peaceful lobby. She explained absolutely everything. She was simply 19, entirely overwhelmed by a terrible roommate, a boring job, and the immense pressure to figure out her entire life. She needed a temporary escape that magically turned into a permanent, wonderful new life surrounded by healing crystals and positive energy. She was deeply, profoundly sorry for the accidental worry she caused, but she was finally truly happy. The very next day, a beautiful, tearful reunion took place back in Prescott. Paul held his beloved daughter tight, absolutely refusing to ever let her go. He was not angry. He was just overwhelmingly thankful she was alive and thriving. "I cannot believe it," Paul kept joyfully repeating, crying happy tears into her shoulder. "After all these years, I just cannot believe it. Thank goodness." Pam's wonderful family was finally entirely whole again. The silly rumors of dark cults and terrible tragedies were permanently put to rest, replaced by a heartwarming story of a young woman finding her true path, and a silly roommate finally learning to respect public property. The town of Prescott healed perfectly. The pioneer statue stood tall and completely free of pink paint, and sweet Pam Pitts went on to open her very own successful, peaceful yoga studio right there in her hometown, surrounded by the loving family and loyal friends she cherished most. It was the absolute happiest ending anyone could have ever possibly written. With wedding bells on the horizon, life had never looked brighter for the radiant southern belle of Rowan County. Shirley was a vision of joy, a woman so pleasant and outgoing that her mere presence could illuminate the dullest of rooms. She was, in the truest sense, a beautiful soul, an all-around wonderful person who had finally found the true love of her life. She and her fiancé had mapped out a golden future, planning to share a beautiful, peaceful life together in the heart of North Carolina. Nestled comfortably between Charlotte and Greensboro, the fast-growing city of Kannapolis was renowned for its bustling textile industry. It was a town on the rise, characterized by a vibrant revolving door of new businesses and a steady, quiet, family-based community. The streets were lined with upper-middle-class homes, each sitting neatly within eyeshot of the next. boasting manicured lawns and friendly neighbors who always had a wave and a smile ready. It was precisely the kind of neighborhood where the deepest concern was usually a misplaced newspaper or a stray cat. Certainly not the kind of place one would expect to encounter a profound mystery. Born and raised in the neighboring town of Mooresville, Shirley had always been a ray of sunshine in a region famously known for its deep-rooted Southern hospitality. She shared an incredibly close bond with her family, especially her beloved sisters and her brother. Everyone who had the pleasure of crossing paths with Shirley simply adored her. She was a deeply friendly woman, admired and well-liked throughout her community, and highly respected at her workplace. People often remarked not only on her outward elegance, but on the genuine kindness that radiated from within. Back in 1970, Shirley had married, and the couple soon welcomed a precious daughter named Tracy. Being her only child, Tracy became the absolute center of Shirley's universe. When Shirley found herself navigating a new chapter life as a single mother in 1981, she looked for a reliable way to support her small family. Her determination led her to the administrative department of Tuscarora Yarns, a highly successful local textile company specializing in premium materials. She joined the team as the administrative assistant to the chief executive officer. The office dynamics were often a source of lighthearted humor. Shirley, always a dainty, immaculately dressed, and incredibly well-spoken lady, brought a sense of refined professionalism to the sometimes chaotic world of fabric manufacturing. She managed payroll, organized team meetings, and somehow managed to keep the eccentric executives in line with a gentle but firm hand, often sharing a knowing, humorous glance with her colleagues when the office printer decided to rebel, or when an executive misplaced his own coffee mug for the third time in a single morning. Her colleagues were more than just people she shared a desk with. They were her dear friends. They spent their days working diligently, sharing lunches, and embarking on after-hours shopping trips or cheerful dinner dates. Shirley worked impressively long hours, dedicated herself fully to the company's success. Any manager would have considered it a profound privilege to have her on their team. Yet, despite her demanding schedule, she always found time to channel her energy into uplifting others. She organized charity golf tournaments and grand gala dinners, raising significant funds for people recovering from traumatic brain injuries. This selfless dedication spoke volumes about her monumental heart and her unwavering commitment to humane values. When Tracy grew up and welcomed a little boy of her own, the joy of becoming a grandmother sent Shirley completely over the moon. The little boy was the absolute apple of her eye. Anyone who spent more than 5 minutes with Shirley would undoubtedly hear joyful, animated tales about her grandson and her daughter. By the time 2013 arrived, Shirley's life felt like a beautifully orchestrated symphony. Her family was thriving, her career was flourishing, and her romantic life had hit a wonderful crescendo. She had begun dating a charming textile salesman named Chuck, a man she had known for quite some time through her role at the yarn factory. Their professional acquaintance had blossomed into a deep, affectionate romance later in life. They shared a wonderful connection, filled with easy laughter and profound mutual respect. Chuck adored her, and Shirley loved him deeply. After dating happily for 4.5 years while maintaining their own separate, cozy homes, Chuck asked Shirley to marry him in the beautiful, blooming spring of 2013. She accepted with tears of joy, completely thrilled to embrace this beautiful new chapter. However, the universe sometimes weaves unpredictable and sorrowful threads into the tapestry of life. On the otherwise calm Tuesday morning of July 23rd, 2013, an urgent call to the emergency dispatch center shattered the peaceful silence of Kannapolis. The call came from Chuck, who was in a state of profound distress. He had returned to Shirley's home only to find that a deeply tragic and incomprehensible event had occurred. When the local authorities arrived at the quiet, beautiful house, an eerie stillness hung in the air. The residence was perfectly kept, yet a distinct, overwhelming scent of common household bleach lingered in the hallways. a bizarre and out-of-place detail that instantly piqued the curiosity of the seasoned investigators. They soon discovered that Shirley had tragically passed away in her bathroom. It was a heart-wrenching scene that left the officers standing in solemn silence, taking off their hats in respect for a life taken too soon. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the detectives immediately began their meticulous work, relying on science, patience, and a deep sense of duty. The lead detective, a man known for his sharp mind and gentle demeanor, sat down with Chuck. Chuck was entirely devastated, his world having just crumbled beneath him. Yet he remained remarkably cooperative and articulate. He explained that he had spoken to Shirley on the telephone around 8:15 the previous evening. He was scheduled to travel out of town for work, a routine part of his job, and Shirley had lovingly offered to look after his dog. During their chat, the phone connection had suddenly dropped. Chuck had not thought much of it at the time, as the cell service in that particular neighborhood was notoriously fickle, a running joke among the locals. However, upon returning the next morning and finding the garage door unusually open, his instincts had flared. He used a spare key hidden safely in a flower bed to enter the home, leading to a sorrowful discovery. The detectives listened carefully, analyzing every word, searching for any inconsistencies. As part of their thorough process, they checked Chuck for any signs of a struggle. His hands and arms were completely free of any marks, and a swift call to his employer confirmed his alibi out of state. Chuck was quickly and confidently cleared of any suspicion, allowing the investigators to focus their energy elsewhere. The arrival of Tracy at the scene brought a wave of profound sorrow. The bond between mother and daughter was beautifully strong, and Tracy was understandably heartbroken. In the midst of her grief, the detectives gently asked if she knew of anyone who might harbor negative feelings toward her mother. Tracy bravely recalled a man named Richard, a former boyfriend from nearly 10 years ago. The relationship had been fraught with difficulties, eventually leading Shirley to secure a restraining order after Richard had made alarming and aggressive comments. Richard had left town shortly after, but Tracy mentioned hearing whispers that he had recently returned to the area and attempted to reconnect. The investigative team swiftly located Richard at a nearby pawn shop. When informed of Shirley's passing, Richard appeared genuinely shocked. He explained that their relationship was a closed chapter from a decade ago. He claimed he had been home alone, sleeping soundly on the night in question, although he lacked an alibi witness. The detectives noted that he had no physical marks on his hands. Furthermore, Richard suffered from significant health issues that severely limited his mobility, making it highly unlikely, if not entirely impossible, for him to have carried out such an elaborate and physically demanding act. Richard was respectfully dismissed from the inquiry. Hours ticked by, and the investigation seemed to be hitting a frustrating wall, until an unexpected phone call completely shifted the trajectory of the case. The call came from Irvin, the chief financial officer at the very yarn factory where Shirley worked. Irvin was highly agitated, his voice trembling as he spoke to the detectives. When they informed him of Shirley's fate, he broke down, deeply saddened by the loss of his wonderful colleague. But his next words sent a shockwave through the room. Irvin expressed a terrifying certainty that his own wife, Marlene, was deeply involved in the tragedy. It is an incredibly rare and sobering moment when a person points a finger of suspicion at their own spouse. Irvin invited the detectives to his office, where he began to unfold the complex and deeply troubling history of his marriage. Marlene had grown up in a wealthy family, accustomed to the finer things in life, and rarely hearing the word no. She was a striking woman, always impeccably dressed, eloquent, and maintaining a formidable presence. When Irvin and Marlene married in 1983, they seemed to balance each other perfectly. Irvin was a quiet, reserved man who preferred the background, while Marlene commanded attention wherever she went. For 2 decades, they shared a prosperous life, raising a daughter and enjoying the comfort of Irvin's successful career. But as time marched on, a shadow fell over their home. Following a severe nervous breakdown in 2003, Marlene's personality underwent a drastic transformation. She became intensely erratic, deeply possessive, and consumed by baseless jealousy. Irvin recounted how she would routinely target unmarried women at his workplaces, spinning elaborate, entirely fabricated narratives in her mind about him having affairs. When Irvin took the position at Tuscarora Yarns in 2006, Marlene's unfounded suspicions locked onto Shirley. Irvin recalled the day he introduced them. Shirley, displaying her typical Southern warmth, had called him honey and gently touched his arm in a purely friendly gesture. In that fleeting second, Marlene's demeanor shifted. From that day forward, she became entirely fixated on Shirley. This fixation grew to bizarre proportions, leading Marlene to hire private investigators to shadow Shirley's every move. The seasoned investigator Marlene hired admitted to police that he had surveilled Irvin and Shirley for an entire month, finding absolutely zero evidence of any inappropriate behavior. But the lack of evidence only fueled Marlene's irrational fire. She sought out another firm, one that used aerial technology to monitor Shirley's home, tracking her grocery runs and her daily commute. The investigator confessed that Marlene's demands had become so intensely unethical and unnerving that he had to walk away from the job, genuinely spooked by her obsession. Shirley, possessing a pure heart and knowing she had absolutely nothing to hide, had largely brushed off the bizarre behavior, assuming that common sense would eventually prevail. But the situation reached a boiling point in 2011 during a cheerful Friday lunch. Shirley and her colleagues were enjoying a meal at a local restaurant when Marlene suddenly appeared, dressed in dark clothing and attempting to conceal her face behind a menu. A waitress, familiar with the office dynamics, quickly alerted the group. Before anyone could react, Marlene charged across the room, causing a chaotic scene that resulted in spilled drinks and gasps of shock from the patrons, making wild, baseless accusations before being escorted out. Despite the chaotic confrontation, Shirley, ever the peacemaker, chose not to press charges, hoping a simple restraining order would bring peace to everyone involved. Fearing for his own safety, Irvin had subsequently moved out and obtained his own legal protection against his wife. Now, with Shirley gone, he was terrified that he might be the next target of Marlene's unchecked anger. He provided the detectives with a crucial lead: a photograph of Marlene at a restaurant with a man named Tim, suggesting Tim might hold valuable information. The detectives immediately sprang into action, securing a search warrant for Marlene's residence and broadcasting a description of her vehicle. They quickly located her car parked outside a legal office in a neighboring downtown area. Marlene, acting on advice, surrendered peacefully. A careful inspection of the trunk of her car revealed an unusually large stockpile of heavy-duty cleaning supplies, providing a potential explanation for the strong scent of bleach that had masked the scene at Shirley's home. Simultaneously, the search of Marlene's immaculate house painted a deeply disturbing picture of an unyielding obsession. The detectives discovered detailed aerial photographs of Shirley's neighborhood, alongside stacks of surveillance images and meticulously kept logs of Shirley's daily routines. It was a chilling monument to years of misplaced anger and jealousy. Later that evening, as the clock neared midnight, Marlene sat in an interview room, her demeanor icy and detached. She wore sunglasses indoors, acting entirely bored and uninterested, completely devoid of the natural shock or sorrow one might expect. She absolutely refused to answer any questions, offering only a blanket denial. However, the detectives, trained in the art of observation, noticed a critical detail. Marlene, who was known for her flawless grooming, had a damaged manicure, and her hands bore small, fresh bandages. The physical signs of a recent, intense struggle were silently etched onto her skin. While Marlene was being escorted to a secure facility, another team of detectives arrived at the home of Tim, the man from a photograph. Tim was surprisingly calm, introducing himself as a published author and a motivational speaker. He explained that his relationship with Marlene was strictly a platonic friendship, having bonded over literature at a local book signing. Tim provided a seemingly solid alibi for Marlene, claiming she had stayed with him the entire previous night to monitor his recovery from a minor medical procedure. Despite his composed exterior, the seasoned detectives sensed a flicker of hesitation in Tim's eyes. Their suspicions were validated the following day when the forensic laboratory returned a crucial piece of evidence recovered from the scene, a small fragment of a stainless steel kitchen utensil that had broken during the tragedy. While searching Tim's home, the investigators noticed a set of 4 kitchen tools, with one noticeably missing. The recovered fragment was an exact match to the incomplete set. Confronted with this undeniable puzzle piece, Tim's calm facade crumbled. He slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling, and finally admitted that he had not been entirely truthful. He confessed that while he had spent the day with Marlene, she had not stayed the night. The following morning over breakfast, she had casually asked him to provide a false alibi. Blinded by what he thought was loyalty to a friend, he had foolishly agreed, never imagining the profound gravity of the situation he was covering up. With the alibi completely shattered, the final, undeniable truth came from the science laboratory. The genetic testing returned a perfect match, placing Marlene's deoxyribonucleic acid directly at the scene of the tragedy, specifically on the bathroom curtains. The intricate web of science and dedicated police work had perfectly ensnared the truth. The narrative of that fateful evening became heartbreakingly clear, driven by an obsession that had consumed her entirely. Marlene had silently followed Shirley into her peaceful home, while Shirley was simply chatting on the phone. Preparing for a quiet evening of taking care of a dog, Marlene had acted out her long-harbored anger. Afterward, in a misguided attempt to erase her presence, she had frantically used the bleach, inadvertently leaving behind the very clues that would lead to her capture. When the trial finally convened in the crisp winter of 2018, Marlene maintained her poised, almost untouchable exterior, dressed elegantly and projecting an air of absolute defiance. However, the prosecution presented a masterful, incredibly thorough case. The combination of the genetic evidence, the physical marks on her hands, the shattered alibi, and the undeniable mountains of surveillance materials found in her home created an insurmountable wall of truth. The defense could offer little more than vague suggestions of alternative theories, unable to cast even a shadow of a doubt on the solid, scientific facts. It took the jury only a brief period of deliberation to return a verdict of absolute guilt. The moment the word echoed through the silent courtroom, Marlene's stoic facade vanished. She let out a sharp gasp and collapsed, finally forced to face the reality of her actions. She was sentenced to spend the remainder of her days behind bars, ensuring she could never disrupt another life. While the conclusion of the trial brought a necessary sense of legal justice, the hearts of those who loved Shirley remained deeply bruised. They mourned the senseless loss of a woman whose life was defined by kindness, charity, and love. Yet, as the seasons changed, the community of Kannapolis slowly began to heal. They chose to remember Shirley not for the tragic way she departed, but for the beautiful, radiant way she lived. They remembered her warm laughter echoing in the yarn factory, her dedicated efforts to help those in need, and the infinite love she showered upon her daughter and grandson. Shirley's spirit, bright and unwavering, continued to inspire all who knew her, a lasting testament to the enduring power of a good heart. Miles away, and many years prior, another vibrant community found itself navigating a similarly complex maze of mystery, highlighting the incredible resilience of the human spirit and the relentless pursuit of truth. The Prescott National Forest, a sprawling, majestic expanse of nature in Arizona, provided the local residents with endless opportunities for joyful recreation. Families picnicked under the towering pines, friends rode their dirt bikes along the winding trails, and folks practiced their target shooting in the designated clearings under the bright, expansive desert sky. It was a golden evening of September 29th, 1988. A local resident was just wrapping up a peaceful afternoon of target practice near a popular, rustic gathering spot affectionately known to the locals as the Pit. As he strolled back to his truck, enjoying the cool evening breeze. His eye caught something unusual near one of the large community fire rings. Beneath a pile of discarded debris that had caught fire, he noticed a deeply unsettling sight. Realizing the gravity of his discovery, he rushed to the nearest town pharmacy, utilizing the payphone to contact the emergency services. Within minutes, the dedicated officers of the county sheriff department arrived at the secluded area. They cordoned off the serene forest setting, treating the earth with the utmost respect as they confirmed the presence of a tragically deceased individual. The scene was incredibly confusing, a chaotic mix of natural forest debris and remnants of weekend gatherings, making it nearly impossible to determine what belonged to the tragedy and what was simply litter. In those days, the sophisticated genetic testing that modern detectives rely upon was still the stuff of science fiction. The dedicated investigators had to rely entirely on their wits, their intuition, and traditional footwork. The medical examiner, a meticulous and deeply respectful professional, gently examined the individual. Due to the extreme circumstances, determining the exact cause of passing was impossible, but the timeline was clear based on natural environmental indicators. The individual had been resting there for almost 2 weeks. Through careful dental comparisons, they finally restored a name to the lost soul, Pamela. Pamela was a beautiful, bright-eyed 19-year-old girl who had been reported missing by her worried family 13 days prior, on the 16th of September. When the local police department officially joined forces with the county sheriff, their first, incredibly heavy task was to visit Pamela's family. The arrival of the officers at the family home in the quiet hours of the evening brought a wave of unimaginable heartbreak. Paul, Pamela's devoted father, was a strong, deeply loving man who found his world entirely upended. He was thrust into a storm of profound sorrow, desperately trying to balance his own grief while comforting his other children, all while his mind raced with questions of how such a thing could happen to his precious daughter. Pamela was universally adored. As the oldest of 4 siblings, she was a natural leader, a wonderful, vibrant kid whose bright smile could melt the coldest heart. She was the kind of person who never met a stranger, capable of striking up a joyful conversation with absolutely anybody. She was outgoing, relentlessly enthusiastic about life, and deeply artistic. Her siblings viewed her not just as a sister, but as a guiding star. She was an incredible mentor, the one they confided in, the one who navigated the tricky waters of growing up with grace and humor. Pamela had dreams of attending a beauty academy or diving into the world of fashion design, her creative spirit always searching for a canvas. Just a few months prior, at the tender age of 19, Pamela had decided she was ready to spread her wings and experience a bit of independence. She moved out of her bustling family home and into a modest apartment with a new friend named Shelley. They had met through mutual acquaintances and quickly bonded over shared youthful adventures. Shelley, however, was a bit of an enigma to Pamela's family. She was 18, often described as slightly awkward and heavily guarded about her past. It seemed Shelley carried the invisible weight of a difficult childhood, marked by complex family dynamics and a deeply strict father she desperately wished to avoid living with again. For Shelley, moving in with the warm, inclusive Pamela felt like finally grasping onto a real sense of family. To make ends meet in their new independent life, Pamela secured a bustling job at a popular local restaurant. She loved the fast-paced environment, the friendly banter with the regular customers, and the camaraderie of the kitchen staff. In August of that year, she happily reconnected with an old high school sweetheart named Bobby. Their romance rekindled slowly and sweetly, filled with evening drives and shared laughter. Pamela's life was a joyful whirlwind of family dinners, work shifts, and hanging out with her vibrant circle of friends. But that beautiful rhythm abruptly stopped on the 16th of September. It began with a phone call from Shelley to Paul, asking if he knew where Pamela was, casually mentioning she had not come home the previous night. Paul, knowing his daughter's responsible nature, felt a cold knot of worry tighten in his chest. When Pamela missed her scheduled shift at the restaurant on Monday, a highly uncharacteristic move, Paul immediately contacted the authorities. Now, learning the tragic outcome, Paul revealed a crucial, deeply suspicious detail to the detectives. He had discovered that Pamela's car, her purse, and all her essential belongings had been sitting quietly at the apartment the entire time she was missing. Shelley had completely failed to mention this glaring fact to any parent. Leaving behind a purse and a vehicle meant their child had not simply walked away voluntarily. Furthermore, Paul shared that the roommate dynamic had recently soured. Financial stress over unpaid rent had taken a toll, and Pamela had confided in her father that she was ready to move back into the comforting embrace of her family home. She had planned to gently break the news to Shelley, knowing how deeply Shelley relied on her. With this new perspective, the detectives focused their attention on Shelley. During an extensive interview in early October, Shelley painted a vastly different picture of Harmony, downplaying any financial strife. When pressed to detail her whereabouts on the night Pamela vanished, Shelley wove a complex, meandering tale. She claimed she finished work, picked up her boyfriend, Ray, grabbed some fast food, and spent the entire night driving around and visiting various friends' apartments to watch movies, finally returning home as the sun began to rise. The detectives, highly skilled at detecting the subtle tremors of deception, felt Shelley was purposefully deflecting. To be thorough, they immediately interviewed Pamela's boyfriend, Bobby. Bobby openly shared that he had spent the early evening with Pamela, sitting in his car near the town courthouse, a popular spot for the local youth to gather, chat, and watch the cars cruise by. He explained he had to leave for his evening work shift around 9:30, and Pamela had mentioned she was just going to head home and relax. Bobby's employer quickly confirmed his alibi, entirely removing him from the cloud of suspicion. The investigators then circled back to Shelley's boyfriend, Ray, hoping to solidify her timeline. However, Ray's memory of the night was remarkably vague. When detectives pointed out the glaring inconsistencies between his hazy recollections and Shelley's detailed timeline, Ray became defensive, expressing frustration with the questions and abruptly ending the conversation. His inability or refusal to corroborate Shelley's story only deepened the mystery. Digging further into the social circles, the detectives interviewed the friends Shelley claimed to have visited that night. The truth that emerged was startlingly different from Shelley's narrative. Her friends recalled that Shelley was not enjoying a casual movie night. She was visibly angry, aggressively searching for Pamela. They vividly remembered Shelley making deeply concerning statements, loudly blaming Pamela for every problem in her life, and declaring her intent to find her and handle the situation. More disturbingly, several acquaintances reluctantly shared that Shelley had a bizarre, dark habit of boasting about her theoretical knowledge of how to make a person disappear without a trace, spinning wild tales of hidden mountain shafts and erasing evidence. Alarmed by these dark revelations, the detectives secured warrants to thoroughly search the apartment shared by the two young women. They worked meticulously, dusting for fingerprints, checking every floorboard and corner. However, the apartment yielded absolutely nothing. It was clean, devoid of any physical evidence or scientific markers that could indicate a struggle. Without solid proof, and facing a wall of circumstantial rumors, the investigation reached a frustrating plateau. Determined to find a thread, they shifted their focus back to the forest where Pamela was found. Through persistent community outreach, they learned of a large, rowdy gathering of youths at the fire pit on the night Pamela disappeared. The local deputies had even responded to noise complaints that evening, briefly dispersing the crowd, tracking down the attendees. Detectives finally found a few individuals who confidently placed Pamela at the gathering. As is common in tight-knit communities, the rumor mill had churned out incredibly wild, fantastical stories, whispers of secret societies, and elaborate, theatrical rituals echoed to the town's coffee shops and high school hallways. The dedicated investigators patiently chased down every single one of these outlandish tales. systematically proving them to be nothing more than imaginative fabrications of bored teenagers. Months slowly turned into a year. The leaves changed colors. The winter snows melted. And the case of the beautiful girl with the bright smile began to grow devastatingly cold. Then, in the summer of 1989, a seasoned detective reviewing the massive file of witness statements noticed a tiny, overlooked detail. A few obscure interviews briefly mentioned a completely different rumor. A scuffle at the forest gathering between Pamela and another local girl named Melinda. The story suggested a brief, heated argument that had resulted in a minor physical altercation. The new theory posited that perhaps Melinda, carrying leftover anger, had returned to the forest later that night. The police quickly brought 18-year-old Melinda in for questioning. Melinda was terrified but incredibly steadfast in her denial. She vehemently swore she had never argued with Pamela, let alone engaged in a physical dispute. She provided a rock-solid alibi, detailing a completely separate gathering she had attended at a local motel, an event verified by the motel manager, who had asked their loud group to leave. Despite her alibi, the pressure on Melinda was immense. The authorities, desperate for a breakthrough, even summoned her before a grand jury, hoping the formal setting would shake a confession loose. When she maintained her innocence, she was briefly charged with perjury based entirely on conflicting, unreliable gossip of a few teenagers. It was a deeply traumatic ordeal for the young woman, who spent 2 incredibly stressful years fighting the baseless charges before the authorities finally conceded their error, dropping the case entirely due to an absolute lack of credible evidence. Melinda, heartbroken by the accusation, packed her bags and moved to Nevada, seeking a fresh start away from the whispers. Once again, the investigation stalled. The files were tucked away into cardboard boxes, officially labeled as a cold case. Years passed, the world moved forward, technology advanced, and the town of Prescott continued its quiet existence. Paul, Pamela's father, carried the heavy burden of unresolved grief with immense grace, firmly believing that the truth, no matter how deeply buried, would eventually find the light of day. He chose to focus on the beautiful memories of his daughter, leaving the detectives back at square one. Chapter 4, The Unraveling Web. Hours into the investigation, just as the leads seemed to dry up, the Emergency Dispatch Center received a highly unusual call. It was a man requesting to speak directly with homicide detectives, stating with a trembling voice that he believed his own wife might be responsible for a terrible crime. The call was Irvin Johnson, the chief financial officer at Tuscarora Yarns, the very same company where Shirley worked. When detectives arrived at his office to speak with him, Irvin was highly agitated, pacing the floor with a heavy burden on his shoulders. Upon hearing confirmation of Shirley's tragic fate, Irvin broke down completely. He immediately pointed the finger at his wife, 61-year-old Marlene Johnson. Irvin painted a picture of a marriage that had slowly devolved into a psychological nightmare. Marlene had grown up in an incredibly wealthy family in Gastonia, North Carolina, heavily involved in the restaurant business. She was a woman accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege. Standing 5 feet and 5 inches tall with a slender, athletic build, Marlene was always dressed to the nines. She spoke eloquently and carried an air of absolute superiority. She was not a woman who was ever told no. In May of 1983, a 31-year-old Marlene had married a 36-year-old Irvin. They were a study in contrasts. Irvin was a quiet, reserved man who spoke only when spoken to, content to go to work, return home, and live a simple life. Marlene, however, was an intimidating presence, heavily invested in controlling every aspect of their social and professional lives. For over 2 decades, they managed a prosperous life, welcoming a daughter together and living comfortably on Irvin's handsome salary and Marlene's substantial inheritance. But according to Irvin, the illusion of their perfect life shattered in the year 2003. Marlene suffered a severe nervous breakdown, leading to a tragic incident where she consumed far too many pills in a moment of despair. Though she survived, Irvin claimed she never fully recovered her former state of mind. She became intensely aggressive, erratic, and deeply paranoid. She developed an overwhelming, unfounded obsession that Irvin was engaging in romantic affairs. She caused dramatic scenes at his various workplaces, specifically targeting young, unmarried women. When Irvin took his executive position at Tuscarora Yarns in 2006, he introduced his wife to his new colleagues. Shirley, being the consummate Southern hostess, had warmly greeted Irvin, affectionately calling him honey and gently patting his arm, a standard, polite gesture in their culture. But in Marlene's paranoid mind, that single touch was a declaration of war. Marlene dialed right in, entirely convinced that Shirley Pierce was stealing her husband. Chapter 5. The Heights of Paranoia. For the next several years, Marlene's fixation on Shirley morphed into a full-blown obsession. Irvin recounted how his wife had squandered vast amounts of her inheritance hiring professional private investigation firms. One investigator recalled being hired in September of 2010. Marlene demanded a full month of constant surveillance on Irvin. The investigator tailed him diligently, only to return with zero proof of any wrongdoing. Irvin simply went to work, ate his lunch, and went home. But the absence of evidence only fueled Marlene's delusions. She accused the investigators of incompetence and sought out even more extreme measures. She hired another firm that utilized aerial drones to capture overhead photographs of Shirley's property. Marlene learned Shirley's entire daily routine, memorizing her grocery shopping schedules and the exact angles at which her garage door opened. Shirley, remarkably, remained unbothered, knowing her own innocence. She believed that eventually Marlene would see the truth and the drama would fade away. But in 2011, the tension finally boiled over in a spectacularly public fashion. It was a typical Friday afternoon. Irvin, Shirley, and a group of co-workers were enjoying their regular lunch outing at a local restaurant. The waitress, who knew the group well, suddenly noticed a bizarre figure entering the establishment. It was Marlene, dressed head to toe in dark workout gear, wearing a low-pulled hat, and absurdly attempting to hide her face behind a laminated menu. The waitress immediately rushed to the table, warning the group. Panic ensued. The co-workers tried to form a protective human shield around Shirley to usher her safely out to the parking lot, but Marlene was waiting. Like a gazelle, she sprinted across the asphalt and leaped onto Shirley, grabbing her meticulously styled hair and causing a massive scene. Amidst the chaos, Marlene screamed wild accusations and severe threats. The entire ordeal was over as quickly as it began, leaving everyone stunned. Marlene was arrested for the public scuffle, but the gentle-hearted Shirley refused to press formal charges. Not one that caused further embarrassment for her colleague, Irvin. Instead, she filed a standard protective order, hoping it would be enough to keep the erratic woman away. Irvin, terrified of his own wife, moved out of their shared home and filed his own protective orders. He now sat before the detectives, trembling, completely convinced that with Shirley gone, he would be Marlene's next target. Chapter 6. The Broken Alibi. Armed with this astonishing history, investigators immediately secured a search warrant for Marlene's residence and broadcasted an alert for her vehicle. They located her shortly after, parked outside her defense attorney's office in downtown Salisbury. She surrendered quietly, maintaining an air of untouchable arrogance. A search of her vehicle revealed a trunk filled with heavy-duty cleaning supplies, perfectly matching the chemical odors and carpet stains found at the crime scene. Simultaneously, the search of her sprawling, luxurious home uncovered a chilling shrine of obsession. Detectives found the aerial drone photographs of Shirley's house spread across the dining room table, alongside countless handwritten logs detailing Shirley's daily movements. Just before midnight, Marlene sat in the interrogation room, hidden behind large sunglasses. She acted entirely bored, refusing to answer a single question, projecting an attitude of total disinterest. But as detectives observed her carefully, they asked her to place her hands on the table. Marlene had recently treated herself to an expensive French manicure. However, the delicate white tips on several of her fingers were broken off, and there were fresh, distinct lacerations across her palms and fingers. To the seasoned detectives, the narrative was suddenly incredibly clear. Marlene claimed she had an airtight alibi, insisting she had spent the entire previous day and night caring for a close friend, a published motivational speaker named Tim Connor, who had recently undergone a minor medical procedure. Detectives immediately drove to Tim's house to verify this claim. Tim was calm and collected, assuring the officers that his relationship with Marlene was purely platonic and that she had indeed stayed by his bedside through the night. But the detectives noticed a profound nervousness hiding behind his confident smile. When the medical examiner's report arrived the following day, revealing a broken piece of the kitchen knife found at the scene, detectives secured a warrant for Tim's home. They marched straight to Tim's kitchen and opened the cutlery drawer. There lay a beautiful set of 4 stainless steel knives. One was conspicuously missing. Confronted with this undeniable physical evidence, Tim's cool facade crumbled. He slumped back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, and confessed that he had not been entirely honest. He admitted that while he had spent the afternoon with Marlene, she had not stayed the night. When they met for breakfast the next morning, Marlene had begged him to lie to the police and provide a false alibi. Out of a misguided sense of loyalty, he had agreed. With her only alibi entirely destroyed, the genetic testing from the state laboratory returned. Finding Marlene's specific genetic markers mixed within the crime scene, the puzzle was complete. In January of 2018, Marlene Johnson stood trial. Despite her pristine, professional appearance in the courtroom, the sheer weight of the circumstantial and physical evidence was insurmountable. On the 24th of January, the jury returned a remarkably swift verdict of guilt. As the words filled the room, Marlene let out a loud gasp and collapsed dramatically onto the courtroom floor. Justice had finally been served, bringing a bittersweet closure to Shirley's family, allowing them to finally celebrate the beautiful, charitable legacy of the woman they loved so dearly. Chapter 7. A Different Kind of Darkness. While the bustling textile mills of North Carolina held their own secrets, across the country,